Hello, ladies and gentlemen. This is Edward Joseph, and let's talk live. The system. All right, let's talk. Well, today, peoples, has been such an interesting day. I'm here, I am live, and I am going to talk about some things, peoples. Peoples, the system. You guys come on in. You guys come on in. You guys come on in, for there's so much to talk about, peoples. You guys come on in. Peoples, today I am going to do a collage, and I am going to talk about the system. I said I'm going to talk about the system, peoples. And not only just one system, but I am going to talk about many systems, peoples. I'm going to go across the whole entire platform, and we're going to talk about the system. We're going to talk about things that keeps people hostage, that keeps you without any money, without you any fortune, and without you any fame. We're going to talk about the system. We're going to talk about the system that consistently and insistently oppress the people. For it is the system, peoples, that keeps people bound and keeps people down. And we're going to talk about it, peoples. We're going to talk about the system. Now, many of you are living in the system as I speak. Many of you are being oppressed. Many of you can't even pay your rent, but all of your money spent. But that is the system. That is the system that is keeping the people bound. People are homeless now all over the nations. I was just looking at a video today, and over in Florida, you have just streets and rows and rows and rows of homeless people, all because the system had put them there. And so, people, I want to talk about the system on today. I want to talk about the system that we're living in on today. And I want to share with you a video, peoples, of the system and how Uganda is fighting back. Uganda had said, no more are you going to take our precious minerals from us without leaving us something that we can be able to look towards the future with. All too often, for over 100 years, peoples, the United States and others has taken the precious metals of Uganda. And so now, finally, Uganda has a president that is fighting back, that is saying no to corporate office, to people like Elon Musk and President T. No longer are they being subservient to the various things that has kept them bound forever and a day, peoples. No longer are they going to tolerate the madness. And so I want you to take a look at this live that I had found, people. And I named it the system. I named it the system, and I want everybody to sit back and take a look at this, because we're going to be covering other topics today. But this particular live, I wanted to show. I wanted to show to the people how the system is keeping you hostage, keeping you where you don't have no money in your pocket, no food on your table. And it's how they're keeping you to where you can't even pay your rent with all of your money spent. And so, peoples, if you oblige with me for at least 30 minutes to 45 minutes, we're going to get into this today. But we're going to look at the system. And then we're going to look to see how the system is going to benefit Diddy. Because if you know it or not, Diddy is going to get off, peoples. I mean, everybody is talking all of this stuff that Diddy is bad and Diddy is this, but Diddy ain't did no more than what the people who put him in power had did as well. And that is a part of the system that has messed with the minds of the people. It is the system that kept them bound. It is the system that had allowed Cassie Ventura to get her tail beat. And it wasn't nothing that she can say, because it was the system that had literally fought back up against her to make her subservient to her master. It was P. Diddy. And so, peoples, if you will, sit back, relax, get some Ethiopian coffee, and let's watch the system.
President Yoweri Museveni said something that stunned the West. Something firm, fiery, and completely unapologetic. No hedging, no compromises. Just a bold line in the sand. This wasn't just a press statement. It was a full-on declaration against a global system that's long drained Africa of its resources while giving little back. The question now is, how far is Museveni willing to go? Let's break it down. In the quiet corners of global trade, backroom deals are struck every day, usually far away from public view, and almost always without the blessing of the people most affected. But not this time. Not in Uganda. Not with Museveni at the helm. It all started like so many other so-called opportunities. A polished group of foreign investors, all suits and smiles, landed in Uganda with promises and proposals. Their pitch? Let them take Uganda's rich iron ore, untouched and unprocessed, and ship it directly to their industries overseas. They weren't just asking. They assumed the answer would be yes. That's how it's always gone down. Quiet, quick, and one-sided. But this time, they ran into a different kind of African leader. Museveni didn't just say no, he shut the door entirely. With zero hesitation, he announced a sweeping ban on the export of unprocessed minerals, starting with iron. That move wasn't just about protecting one resource or rejecting one deal. It was a power shift, a signal that Uganda, and perhaps more of Africa, won't play by the old rules anymore. Museveni is rewriting the terms, demanding that if global players want Africa's wealth, they'll need to invest in its development, not just extract its raw materials. So what happens now? Is this a turning point for the continent? And will other African leaders follow suit? Stick around, because this story is far from over. To really grasp how bold this move is, you've got to understand what iron ore means to Uganda. Underneath Uganda's soil lies a treasure trove, millions of metric tons of high-grade iron ore. That kind of resource has the power to completely reshape a nation's future. But history tells a different story. Time and time again, Africa's natural wealth has been stripped away, shipped overseas, and turned into profits for everyone except the people who actually live there. But not this time. President Museveni saw the trap coming from a mile away. The global system doesn't ask Africa what it wants, it tells Africa what to do. And when it comes to mineral wealth, the pattern is always the same. Dig it up, ship it out, and start the cycle all over again. Uganda was expected to stay in that role forever, just a supplier, never a producer. Museveni broke that cycle with one bold decision. And make no mistake, this wasn't just about economics, it was about power. Because when a country exports raw materials and buys back the finished products at a higher price, it stays locked in a cycle of dependency. It can never truly thrive. It's like surviving on scraps while someone else feasts at your table. Museveni knew that Uganda wasn't just at risk of losing revenue, it was risking its sovereignty, its potential, and its future. And here's the thing, this didn't come out of nowhere. Uganda has been laying the groundwork for years, investing in hydroelectric dams to power industry, building roads and transport links, and training a generation of engineers and tech workers. Museveni wasn't waiting for foreign investors to build Uganda up. He was preparing the country to build itself. So when he banned the export of raw iron, it wasn't about shutting the world out. It was about keeping the value of Uganda's resources in Uganda. It was about creating jobs, industries, and a future that Africans control. And if you're inspired by stories like this, stories that spotlight African power, Black history, and identity, make sure to like, share, and subscribe to the channel. There's more where this came from. Let's keep going. Here's where the real brilliance of Museveni's move comes into play. By banning the export of raw minerals, he's not closing the door on business. He's changing the terms of the deal. If foreign companies want Uganda's iron ore now, they can't just take it and go. They have to invest in Uganda. That means building smelters, opening factories, setting up production lines right on Ugandan soil. It means creating real jobs, training local engineers, and leaving behind infrastructure and skills, not just empty promises and a trail of profits that never touch Ugandan hands. This strategy turns the global system on its head. Uganda's no longer just the beginning of someone else's supply chain. It's becoming the heart of its own economic engine. But moves like this don't come without pushback. The moment the policy was announced, the pressure started rolling in. Phone calls from foreign governments, warnings from trade allies, behind-the-scenes threats from global finance institutions. The message was clear: back down. Museveni didn't blink. He's seen what happens when African leaders cave to that kind of pressure. He knows how quickly progress disappears once the IMF or World Bank steps in with a bailout full of strings. This isn't just a fight over minerals. It's a fight over mindset. For decades, African leaders were told that exporting raw materials was the path to prosperity. Dig more, sell more, ship more, they were told, and development will follow. But Museveni is calling that out for the myth it is. He's not the only one thinking this way, but he is one of the few bold enough to say it publicly and back it up with action. And that's what makes this moment a potential turning point, not just for Uganda, but for how Africa engages with the rest of the world. This isn't just policy, it's a revolution in the making. Let's get one thing straight. Iron isn't just a metal, it's a symbol. It built nations, armed revolutions, and fueled entire empires. And now, in Uganda, it's become something even bigger. The line between being economically shackled and finally standing free. President Museveni didn't draw that line with polite speeches or vague policies. He laid it down with fierce clarity. The message: if you want our iron, then you better help us build something real with it. If not, it stays in the ground. This isn't Uganda closing itself off. It's Uganda leveling up. This kind of move takes guts. Not just policy guts, but the kind of courage rooted deep in principle. And here's where it gets interesting. Once one African country makes that stand, the rest start paying attention. Museveni's iron stance isn't an isolated incident. It's the latest flare in a struggle that's been burning for over 100 years. To understand why his words hit like a gut punch, you've got to look back. Follow the trail of Africa's resources as they've crisscrossed the globe. From African soil to Western wealth, there's been one constant. Africa supplies, the world profits. This isn't about just one mineral or one nation. It's about a system designed with precision, not by mistake. And at the heart of it lies a harsh truth. Africa was never meant to win under the rules the West created. From the first European ships that docked on African shores, the goal was simple: take. First, it was people, millions enslaved, then rubber, then ivory, then diamonds, oil, gold, and uranium. Each time, the formula stayed the same: dig it up, ship it out, get rich elsewhere. And what was left behind? Pollution, poverty, and a continent told to wait its turn. But now, that script is being torn up, and Uganda might just be holding the pen. Museveni isn't just banning raw iron exports, he's calling out an entire global system and putting it on blast. Think about what the West did with Africa's resources. Cotton pulled from Sudan didn't stay on the continent. It ended up spinning through the machines of British textile mills. Gold, ripped out of South Africa, that padded European treasuries and bankrolled empires. Coffee from Uganda and Ethiopia became premium brews sipped by executives in Manhattan and Paris boardrooms. And copper from the DRC, that powered early American telegraphs and eventually the communication backbone of the world. But it didn't stop there. The profits made off of Africa's back didn't just disappear, they built something massive. That money helped launch industrial revolutions. It laid the foundations for banks, top-tier universities, railways, and cutting-edge technology. While the West was building skyscrapers and satellites, African nations were stuck pleading for loans to fix the dirt roads leading to mines they never even owned. And the disrespect goes way beyond dollars. It's in how they still talk to Africa, labeling us developing countries like we started the race late, as if the centuries of resource plundering were just a string of unfortunate events, as if global power wasn't built on African sweat, soil, and sacrifice. Museveni's stance isn't just about holding on to iron ore. It's about rejecting that tired narrative. It's about flipping the script and demanding that history be acknowledged and corrected. Because here's the truth that rarely gets said out loud. Africa didn't fall behind. It was held back on purpose. Every railroad the colonizers built had one purpose: move resources, not people. They didn't lead to schools. They didn't connect to hospitals. They went straight to the mines and the ports, straight to profit. Every law they put on the books, written to make it easier to take, not to build. And when independence finally came, it wasn't a clean break. It came with strings attached, hidden clauses, shady contracts, under-the-table deals, and when all else failed, a bullet. That's the machine Museveni is trying to shut down, because he's seen what happens when you play by their rules. Look at Liberia. Those massive rubber plantations are still in the hands of foreign corporations. Ghana grows the cocoa that feeds a global chocolate empire, but the farmers barely scrape by. And in Niger, French companies are still pulling uranium out of the ground, while most of the local population lives without basic electricity. This isn't trade, it's economic occupation, dressed up in suits and development language. Museveni is one of the few with the guts to say it out loud. The West didn't get rich just by being clever. It got rich by draining Africa dry, by taking resources cheaply or outright stealing them and never handing over the tools to process or profit from them. And now, Uganda's drawing the line. This is why Museveni's iron export ban hits harder than it seems. It's not just about iron. It's about refusing to be the raw material supply line for someone else's wealth. Because the moment Africa starts turning its own gold into jewelry, its cocoa into chocolate, its lithium into batteries, that's when the global economic game starts to change. Suddenly, the West can't just take. It has to compete. It has to offer something real. And that scares them. That's why deals always come wrapped in buzzwords like development aid or capacity building. Fancy talk for keeping Africa dependent. That's why African countries are steered away from building refineries or factories and told to just stick to what they're good at, which always conveniently benefits Western economies the most. Museveni knows that playbook inside and out. He's watched presidents shake hands with world leaders in front of cameras while their nations are quietly drained behind the scenes. He's heard the speeches calling Africa the future from the same voices that treat it like it's stuck in the past. But here's the difference. Museveni isn't asking for applause. He's not waiting for permission. He's flipping the script and daring other African nations to do the same. Because when Africa keeps its gold, refines its own iron, and controls its own oil, the narrative flips. The continent stops being a resource pit and becomes a value powerhouse. It stops being exploited and starts being respected. Museveni's message is clear. Africa has paid its dues. Now it's time to profit. And if that shakes up the old world order, so be it. That system was never built to serve Africa in the first place. Museveni's fight isn't just over iron or minerals. It's about something much deeper. It's about people. Specifically, the millions of young Africans who wake up every morning filled with hope, but with empty hands and uncertain futures. Because every time a ship leaves an African port loaded with raw materials, it's not just natural resources being exported, it's opportunity vanishing. Opportunity for jobs, for training, for growth, for dignity. This is the part no one wants to talk about. When Africa sends out unprocessed iron, gold, copper, oil, or coffee, what's lost isn't just the metal or the beans. It's the chance to build something lasting. Gone with those shipments are the industrial jobs, the technical skills, the engineers, the designers, the factory workers, the entire ecosystem that creates a stable, thriving middle class. And without that, you're left with a generation of college graduates working street jobs, a youth population bursting with potential but stuck in survival mode, not success mode. Museveni gets it. He's been looking at the numbers for years, and they're staggering. Uganda's population is exploding. Over 70% of its people are under 30. Every year, hundreds of thousands of young Ugandans join the job market, hungry for opportunity. But where do they go? Nowhere, because the economy doesn't have space for them. Why? Because Uganda doesn't process what it owns. No factories, no industrial parks, no value added. The chain stops at the mine and ends at the dock. And Museveni is saying, enough. Here's the part that really stings. While young people in Uganda are scrambling to find work, it's workers in other countries, thousands of miles away, who are getting paid to process Uganda's natural resources. The iron pulled from Ugandan soil, it's melted and shaped in factories across Asia. The gold, cleaned and refined in Swiss vaults. The coffee, roasted, packaged and sold at a premium in Italy. Every single step in that process creates jobs, but not for Ugandans. That's not just bad economics. That's a betrayal, a quiet, ongoing robbery of opportunity from an entire generation. And that's why Museveni isn't just banning raw exports to boost profits. He's doing it to create jobs that keep Ugandans in Uganda, with their families, with their culture, with their future still intact. Let's break it down with a simple example: a steel plant. If Uganda ships out raw iron ore, maybe a few hundred people get jobs, mostly in mining and hauling. But if that iron stays in Uganda and gets turned into steel on site, you're now talking thousands of jobs: machine operators, welders, engineers, mechanics, plant managers, accountants, logistics teams, marketers, all of them feeding families and building communities. And that's just one plant. Imagine what happens if Uganda does the same across sectors. Instead of exporting raw coffee beans, they roast, grind, and package them right at home. Instead of shipping gold out by the ton, they craft it into jewelry or high-tech components locally. Now, we're not just talking about jobs. We're talking about transformation, industrialization, national pride, real independence. That's exactly what Museveni sees. And it's exactly why the global powers are shaking. Because the second African countries stop exporting raw materials, they stop exporting jobs. And the moment they start building and processing their own resources, they stop being clients and start being competitors. And here's the kicker: when Africa competes, it wins. But getting there takes guts, real courage. Leaders have to push back, not just against foreign investors offering quick cash, but against old habits and deeply ingrained systems that have kept Africa boxed in for generations. Let's call it what it is. This obsession with exporting raw materials is a form of slow, silent, national self-harm. It drains countries dry while pretending to offer prosperity. Museveni's export ban, that's the tourniquet. Tight, necessary, and maybe uncomfortable, but it's stopping the bleed. Will this be smooth? Not even close. Some international investors will back out. Some deals will crumble. But that's not a loss. It's a filter. The wrong partners will walk, and the right ones will stay and build. Because jobs aren't just a line item in an economic report. They're the oxygen that keeps a nation breathing. Without jobs, people lose more than money. They lose dignity, direction, and hope. And without hope, there's no peace, no pride, no progress. Museveni knows this isn't just about economics. It's about rewriting the future. This isn't about shutting down trade. It's about demanding a fair trade. A trade that doesn't take our resources and leave us with empty hands. Museveni is pushing for a trade that creates jobs, builds factories, trains young people, and strengthens communities. He's flipping the script. For too long, African nations were expected to be the world's resource suppliers. But now, the new story is that Africa is the builder of its own future. And it all begins with creating jobs. Uganda isn't just holding on to its minerals, it's taking back control of its future, one job at a time. Do you think Africa is changing overnight? What's your take on this bold move by Museveni? Let us know your thoughts in the comments. Do you think the world will start pushing propaganda against him after this? Want to see more videos like this one? Don't forget to subscribe and hit the bell icon so you don't miss any updates. Thanks for tuning in, and stay tuned for more.
And peoples, that is the system. That is the system that has been raking in profits forever and a day. Forever and a day, peoples. That's the system. That is the system that has literally been keeping people hostage for all eternity. It is the system, peoples. And that's not the only system, peoples. I mean, there's another system that is going on. The system that is keeping you in poverty. It is the system of lying. It is the system of cheating. It is the system of keeping you in a certain position. Not allow you to excel, but it's the system that keeps you in jail. And so that's the system, peoples, that we have been living with forever and a day. And a lot of people need to wake up to the system because it is the system that is keeping you bound. Now, I'm sure that you heard that President Trump is entertaining the notion of pardoning P. Diddy. There's the system again. The system of corruption, people. I mean, let's think about it. P. Diddy, who touched the woman's kitty and played with the woman's titty, and now he gets to walk free? Really, peoples? Is that what you want? You want this man to go and vilify, beat up, break down, talk about, and do all of this stuff to the people, but yet you want to allow him to go free? All because he is a part of the system. Peoples, it was the system that is keeping you from putting food on your table, clothes on your back, It is the system, peoples. And the system is wreaking havoc with you, peoples. The system is wreaking havoc with you, peoples. It's crazy. It is really crazy, people, how the people, they just don't get it. I really don't understand people. Why is it that the people really don't get it, peoples? I don't understand. I mean, we are so far behind in everything, peoples. We're literally so far behind. I mean, China has literally far beat us in technology and everything and stuff. I mean, China is building like you wouldn't believe. And not only China peoples, but you got Japan that is really doing great things over there and stuff. But what is the United States is doing? United States ain't doing nothing but sitting around and talking and talking and talking and talking and talking about, but what is it that we're really producing that the American people, and not only the American people, but people on other continents want? These people don't want nothing that we're building, peoples. They don't want nothing. So what does it mean to be made in America? I said, what does it mean to be made in America, peoples? Doesn't mean a damn thing. Made in America. Okay, so what does that mean? I mean, that's crazy, people. It's really crazy to see all of this madness going on, all because the system is destroying every last one of us. It is the system of corruption, peoples. And so, what I wanted to do today, people, is I wanted to talk about the system. I wanted to talk about all of these different systems that is keeping the people bound. You know, all of these different systems. You know, making sure that you have you have an conviction on your record. See, if it wasn't for the system, people wouldn't be doing what they'd be doing. People wouldn't be on the streets. People wouldn't be stealing and killing and robbing and doing all of this stuff. People won't be doing that. People will have jobs to where they can be able to go ahead and take care of their families and things. But it is the system, people. It is the system that is making people feel some type of way. And so that's what it is. So when you can't do the various things that you want to do, people, well then just look at the system. Because it is the systems that is keeping all of you in the situation that you're in. And so, peoples, I wanted to share another video with you. I'm sitting here looking. All right, quick here. Sitting here looking right quick here, and wanted to share some things with you here, peoples. And want you guys to see something here. So if you guys give me a moment, I'm just trying to look for this here. I had everything lined up and stuff, but then when I decided that I was going to play it, well then I didn't, but I think this is one that I'm going to play. So, but I'm going to have to download it first. Nah, I don't think I want to do that because see, if I don't want to do that, so I'm not going to play that. I was going to play that video, but I'm not going to play it. I'm not going to play it. People's let's see. Let me go to the news. I'm gonna go to the news real quick, peoples, and I want to show something here. Let's go ahead and let's get an update up on the inmates that had escaped. Now, you know, I to be honest with you, I was quite taken away that these inmates can be able to escape a jail and things, but then after really thinking about it, people, I was kind of like, wow, this is really something. These inmates, they had literally gotten away, and the system had allowed that to happen because the system wasn't in place to do what they're supposed to do, to hold these people behind bars and things. And so they broke out of jail. And it's not like they were out wreaking havoc. They was just out, trying to stay away from being in jail. But it was the system that put them in there. And then they broke and cracked the system, and they was able to get out and have a little bit of freedom. But I think most of them got caught except for two. And there's a history behind the two that didn't get caught yet. Now, I didn't do too much research upon it, but I was talking to one of the content. He was filling me things. And you do know that everybody who's in jail and stuff has some type of history. And especially people who have literally had unalive people and stuff, they got history. They've been in this game forever and a day. And so they know it like the back of their hand. And so they're just playing the system as the system played them. But see, they got out and they've been out on the streets for quite some time and still is and stuff. Most of them got captured, and most of them is going to be taken to, probably a maximum prison or something. But for the other ones who didn't get caught, I mean, hey, man, look at here. Boy, that's amazing. So we're going to look at this video, peoples. I'm getting ready to upload it in just a second. Y'all give me a moment. I gotta go to my Wondershare, and I'm going to upload this video. But we're going to get an update from these people who had literally broken out of prison. Literally broken out of prison and went on and did their thing, peoples. I mean, damn. And I can't blame them because, I mean, I'm like, okay. I see you. I said, I see you. They're the ones who broke the system. And they're the ones who made the system look stupid because the system couldn't even control them peoples. And so, although I don't condone the various things that they did, peoples, the bottom line is that I do condone them from doing what they did, and that is breaking the system and letting the system know that, hey, look at us. Look what we were able to accomplish, and still we made you guys look
thank
stupid.
you all so much for being with us today. We have a very important announcement, I believe, that may assist in the apprehension of the two last remaining at-large inmates. I do want to say a great thank you to the partnering agencies that have worked endlessly to make this arrest happen of the first 8. And we have with us today, of course, State Police, ATF, U.S. Marshals, FBI, LSP, of course, and Homeland Security, and NOPD. So as Crime Stoppers, we have been an active participant in gathering information for many years in the New Orleans area and in the surrounding parishes, actually for about 45 years. And this is a job that we take very seriously, and we also understand the sensitivity when someone reports someone that they know personally with regards to a crime. And since the escape, Crime Stoppers has fielded close to 700 tips with regards to the information on the 10 inmates. We actually, at the peak of this, had to add 4 additional lines to accommodate the calls to the call center, the Crime Stoppers call center. And I want you to know that we vetted every single tip, prioritized them for the delivery to our lead agency, Louisiana State Police, and the other agency partners that stand with us. We know that we have been told tips assisted in 3 arrests of inmates. In the first tip that came in that led to an arrest, actually the team, the incredible work by this team, that arrest came within 30 minutes of the tip. I can tell you that 3 tipsters will be paid rewards. And again, it's by the work that's been confirmed from the information the community provides from law enforcement. I can't thank enough the LSP Fusion Center, the individuals who we work with, the call takers, who we passed every single tip by. I also can't thank enough my staff and our call center for keeping staying the course. We know that tips from the public plays an incredible role, and we also appreciate that we have the trust coming to Crime Stoppers for those tips. But our work is not done. With 2 remaining inmates, our board, our organization, wanted to stand firm and encourage anyone who might have intimate knowledge of the whereabouts of Mr. Massey or Mr. Groves not to wait, but to contact us immediately. To kind of put a little meat behind that, we wanted to let you know that Crime Stoppers today has increased its reward for information that leads directly to the arrest of each of these individuals, up to $20,000. Now with Crime Stoppers, we are combining with the ATF, making the reward significantly higher. And you're eligible for the Crime Stoppers reward by contacting us directly. With Crime Stoppers, you're going to remain anonymous. It's our standard protocols. And we truly hope that with this increased amount, if you have personal knowledge of the whereabouts of these individuals that can help law enforcement make that arrest, to contact us.
Okay, so peoples, look, let's look at something here. And hello, Jada Wu. How are you, ma'am? It is a blessing to see you on today. Jada Wu had said the system was built and designed against Black people. In fact, we are the true Native people. The system was designed up against this people. And this is what the people need to understand. Why would I help the people go ahead and track these people down? These people ain't did nothing to me. Yeah, okay, so they murdered somebody, they robbed somebody, they killed somebody and stuff, but they ain't did nothing to me. So why should I help the system when the system hasn't even helped me? Now I can see if they were going out killing more people and robbing more people and things, yeah, okay, well then we have to work with the system to get these people, off the streets. But thus far, we haven't heard of any new killings. We haven't heard of any new robberies or anything. And it's the family that is helping these people stay out of jail. Because again, it's just like the content creator that I've spoken to on today. He said, what is it that they have to lose? They don't have anything to lose. They're facing life in prison. So it ain't nothing that they're going to lose, peoples. And so they're going to do everything in their power to stay out of prison. Now, the system could have used that money to build up and to refurbish the jail to where these people was housed in. But no, the system wants to line their pockets. They want to sit here and vilify the people who commits these crimes and things. But yet, when it's time for the system that needs some help, now they all the time looking for the American people who they sit around and oppress forever and a day. They want help. They all of a sudden got money to where they can go up and lock up these black people, but yet they can't even take that same money and go and help an elderly woman out there on the streets. That's the system. I'm not trying to help the system. Now, it was their fault and their problem that the people had escaped in the first place. And so now the system is going ahead and asking the people, help us. We lost the people. Don't you know that the system over many years of time is going to get money for them? The people who built those jails and stuff, they're going to get paid. For every inmate that is in jail, they're getting paid. You didn't know that, did you? The money is coming out your pocket because the taxpayers is paying for the upkeep of the jails and paying for the salaries of the correctional workers there and all of the people there. But in the same token, by the inmates being in there, the people who invested in the jails is getting a siphon. They're getting money. So money is being transferred out of your pocket because you're the taxpayers into the system. And then the system is turning around and taking that same money and putting it in the pockets of the people who invested into the system to lock you up. How uncanny is that, peoples? You're paying the very people to lock you up and to throw away the key. Now, I do admit that some people do deserve to be locked up. And there's a lot of innocent people in prison, but there goes the system again, because the system ain't going to fight on your behalf. You can be as innocent can be, and still the system will fight up against you and to keep you locked up, to keep you bound. Case in point, look at the guy who was put in the El Salvador prison. You know, all he did was just open up his mouth. He was a citizen who had paid to play. He paid his taxes. He worked. He helped the economy and things. But yet they went on and they took him anyway. And they put him into a foreign prison to rot for the rest of his life. And that's the system. And the system had told President T, hey, you got to get this man out for due process. But instead of giving the man due process, President T says, screw you, make me. Make me. And he averted and did what he wanted to do because it was the system that gave him unfounded power. They said that while he is president, he cannot be convicted. He cannot be held responsible for anything that he does while he is in office. But yet it was the same system that had convicted him. But it was the same system that had allowed him, even under his convictions, to be president. How screwy is that, peoples? And see, the remarkable thing is, Jada Wu, is that the people who sits around here and complains all day long about the system never wants to fight up against the system. Because it is the system that has them bound. And so if they ever say anything, well, it's the system that's going to take their general assistance. It is the system that's going to take their houses. It is the system that is going to take their jobs. It is the system that is going to silence their voice. And so the people become subservient to the system. While the system continues to keep doing what the system wants to do, the people are going to be silent. People, did you not know that they're trying to pass a bill right now in Congress? The system is that will take away your medical, if you're Medicare or Medi-Cal, they're going to take it away from you. And millions of people are going to be without health care. And many of you are too blind to see what is happening. Many of you are too blind to get engaged. Many of you are too subservient, and all you do is just go on the internet and complain about what the system does. But now you have an opportunity to fight back with the system. You have an opportunity to tell the system, no, 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 it starts right here. You're not going to take it away from me. You're not. No, 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 no to the no, no. But yet and still, many of you don't even write to your congressman or your congresswoman to let them know what you feel. People, the elections is coming up next year. And if you're not registered to vote, well, then you're going to be out the system. Oh, I get it. I hear what you're saying. I hear what many of you are saying. Well, it doesn't really matter what my vote is going to be because my vote don't count. People, your vote do count. If everybody was to think like you, well, then the system is going to knock you out of your home, your car, your future, your job, your food, your money, your clothes, your everything. And it's the system that is going to rob you blind, all because you have that attitude, I don't count. People, you need to wake up and smell the coffee. I just showed you what Africa, Uganda had did, and Uganda had told the system, no longer are you going to come on our soil to take our goods, and then to go and have our people to work in your country and to refine the goods that you have taken from here without giving anything back. Now, if you feel that you're just that weak, well, then, hey, don't vote. But just shut up and don't say nothing. And then whatever happens to you, happens to you. So if you lose your Medicare or if you lose your Medi-Cal and you didn't vote, you ain't got shit to say. You ain't got shit to say. Peoples, it's time to come up and it's time to pull yourselves up from the bootstraps. And it's time to start getting engaged. It's time to start calling these people out for the hilarious and nefarious madness that they've been doing. See, people, for quite some time, I fought this for a moment, and I said, well, you know, I got to do something other than the Kenneka Jenkins case. I got to talk about some other cases. I got to talk about what's happening to us. And I don't know how that's going to fare with the people. But then today I said, you know something, I'm going to do something different. I'm not going to talk about the Kenneka Jenkins case today. I'm going to talk about the system. I'm going to talk to you about what I see that has been going on forever and a day. And it's time to wake you up. My former admin, Tiffany, had said, I am going to wake you up. I'm trying to find that live to when she had said that so I can use that voice prompt. But Tiffany was right. Tiffany said, it is time to wake you up. And I said, well, I have been so solely dependent upon the Kenneka Jenkins case that it is time for me to wake up. And it's time for me to go ahead and start talking about some other cases. Now, TM, she did exactly what I thought that she wouldn't do. She put a tombstone on Kenneka's grave. She did that. Now, regardless of what my personal feelings may be, she did what I never thought that she would do. And that is put a tombstone on the grave. I'm not finished yet, people. I still got a lot more to say about the Kenneka Jenkins case. But as it stands right now, today, I decided that I was going to do something different. And that is talk about the system. Because, see, people, I have driven through Oakland, California, because I was going to go ahead and look at an apartment. I'm apartment shopping right now. There are several apartments that I've seen that, you know, is really nice and stuff. And I'm giving some consideration to them and things. But see, people's the thing is, I want to feel comfortable. I don't want to be in a perpetual bliss of just having to pay somebody to where I can lay my head and stuff. And then at about a year or two's time, now, the system is going to raise my rent and do all of this crazy stuff. Now, as I get a raise, now they get a raise. They're going to raise my rent. But there's nothing new. So if you're going to raise my rent, well, then you got to give me something in return. Do you understand what I'm saying? You got to give me a little bit more amenities. You got to make it so to where I would want to stay here. Do you understand what I'm saying? See, I know how to play the game too. And so I'm not going to go ahead and sign the paperwork just because I'm desperate. No, I'm not desperate. I got a place to stay. And I've been here for over 5 years and I'm good. I'm comfortable. I'm happy. I get to go live. I get to come home and sleep. I get to eat. I get to watch my TV and play on my phone and do what I need to do and stuff. I'm comfortable. But in a couple of weeks, people, I'm going to be semi-rich. I mean, I'm going to be goddamn well off. $250,000. Yeah, that's going to afford me a new car, a new place, a new everything. I'm going to give my kids some money and things, and I'm going to bless some of you. If you guys looked at my channel, if you looked at my community wall, anybody who's having a baby or have a baby around that age, I'm going to gift someone with that gift. You got to look at my community wall to understand what I'm talking about. And so Edward Joseph Blessings Giveaway is coming back. I'm going to give somebody some money. I'm going to bless somebody with a couple of $100, to help you out, because I know it's hard times right now and things. And so my Edward Joseph's Blessings Giveaway is coming back, and I'm going to bless many of you. As I be blessed, I'm going to bless you. And I'm not asking for anything in return, peoples. I'm not asking you to give me money so I can give back to the people. No, this is coming from my heart. This is coming directly from me. Now, if you ever seen any of the blessings giveaway that I did, I gave some good blessings away to the people. And I tried to bless some people, with some things, but I never got a call back. And so I take it that, okay, well, they don't want the blessings. So I'm not going to force no people. I offered and they never gave me no response. So now I'm moving on. I'm moving on. It doesn't kill the various things that I do, peoples, because see, I have a good heart. And that's the thing that I have. I have a good heart. Now I got everybody on this. Well, could you loan me $500? Could you loan me $1,000? Could you loan me, a couple of $100 and stuff? Because I got these bills that I got to pay. Well, what do you think I got? I got bills too. So do you think that just because I got money, now I'm going to take my hard-earned money and give it to you? Or even when I went through this accident and I had to go through the healing process, many of you never said, oh, well, I'm sorry to hear that. I'm praying for you. I'm thinking about you. Here's a couple of dollars to get you a meal or something, to help you on your way. Nothing. But now you got your hands out and stuff because I'm going to be coming into a lot of money. Well, peoples, the answer to many of you is no. I'm not giving you no money to help you pay your bills, to help you do this and do that. I'm only going to give it to those who the Lord puts upon my heart to bless. And whatever the Lord puts upon my heart to bless them with, that's what it's going to be. So for all of you who's going to formulate your mouths and stuff to think that you're going to extract anything from Edward Joseph, you better think again, because the answer is no. No to the no, no, no. Is that all right, peoples? No to the no, no, no. Now, you wasn't there when I had the accident. You wasn't there after I had the accident to even see what I was going through or how I was feeling or anything. So don't ask me for no money. And if you got some bills to pay, well, then, hey, that's not my problem. I mean, most of America is going through some stuff. I mean, it is what it is, peoples. And so you got to be like me. You got to get out there and get on your grind. However you do it, and whatever you do, you know. But most importantly, you got to be on your knees. Because in order to get on your grind, you got to be on your knees. Because, see, if you be on your knees and then you talk to the Father and say, Father, I put my trust in you. I put my life in you. I put everything in you. I trust and believe in you. I know that you can make everything all right. And so when you ask God for things, well, then God only requires of one thing for you, and that is to trust and believe. And not only that, peoples, but you got to put that in action, because it's more than just trusting and believing God. You got to put it in action. You got to keep the faith. You got to know that when you give it to God, God is going to take care of it. And so you got to operate in purpose, knowing that God has your back. Regardless of whatever obstacle you may have in this life, God got you. And you got to put it in action. You got to wake up every day knowing that whatever it is, the Lord is going to see you through. But you got to believe that. You got to walk with purpose, peoples. And if you don't walk with purpose, and if you don't have a plan, you're going to be just like many of these lost souls around here who's walking with no purpose in life and just existing. You got to do more than just exist, peoples. You got to be a benefit not only to yourself, but to others as well. You're not living for yourself. You're living for everyone else. I said you're not living for yourself. You're living for everyone else, because this is what the Lord's mandates. This is what he mandates, peoples. The Lord loves a cheerful giver. You got to be hilarious with it, but not nefarious with it, peoples. You got to give with all joy, inspiration, and admiration. You got to be able to, when you bless somebody, you bless somebody with all of your heart and full intentions without planning on receiving anything in return. And just know that you've done a good deed, because God is going to reward you for your sacrifice. But you got to have the right heart. Now, if you come in with a hardened heart and stuff and say, oh, well, I gave, but I ain't never got nothing back. I gave and I did this, I did that, and I ain't never got no recognition. Well, then why are you giving? Don't give to have recognition, peoples. Give because the Lord set it up on your heart to do. And watch the fruits of your labor multiply. Peoples, I'm going to say this and then I'm going to move on. The system thought that they had me. When I got into this accident, I had to go on disability. And when I went on disability, peoples, it was hard. It was hard because I wasn't making no money. Because I was hurt. I was out of a job. Not to the degree that I was out of a job, but I was out from my job, I should say. And so I couldn't work. And so, I wasn't making no money. And so I had to file the necessary paperwork in order to get paid and things. And for a whole month, I wasn't garnering a check from my job. I had to wait for the unemployment thing to kick in and whatnot. And although my job covered me, they gave me money, but it wasn't like to the degree to where I was making had I been working and things, because I had insurance and I was tapping in to that type of insurance for when I went on disability. But the bulk of my money came from that of what I paid into the system. And it was being locked up because I had to go to the doctors and the doctors had to sign that off, and so on and so forth. So for a whole month, I didn't get a check. I didn't get a check, you know. And when I say I didn't get a check, I didn't get a check like I would have had I been working. I mean, I got little stipends here and there and stuff, but that wasn't enough. That just was only enough to just put a little bit of gas in my tank, and that was it. And thank God that I had the wherewithal to build up my savings and things just for such an emergency like this and stuff, you know. And my landlord was cool and said, "Don't worry about it. You know, you pay me when you get your money and things and stuff. So don't worry about it because you have always been a good tenant and stuff." And I said, "Okay, well, thank you, Jesus. I ain't got to worry about that." But that didn't say I had to pay my cell phone bill. I had to pay my electricity bill. I had to pay my car insurance. I had to pay my child support. You know, and there was all of these other little bills and stuff, and I had to pay StreamYard, had to pay the internet, had to, you know, all of these other bills and stuff I had to pay. I mean, they never said, "Okay, Edward Joseph, just because you've been in an accident that we're going to give you grace and we're going to give you mercy and you ain't got to pay nothing until you get paid." Nah, they was looking for their money every time that bill come around. They were looking for their money. I had to pay for my storage and everything and stuff. And so none of you never lifted up a finger to say, "Edward Joseph, well, here's $5. Here's $10. Here's something." You didn't do it. You didn't do it. So I don't feel bad and I don't feel guilty by not giving you anything. Regardless of what you're going through now, I've already been through. But see, the thing is, when the system worked up against me, I didn't sit back and falter and fail. I prayed about it. And God answered my prayers. I prayed about it. So peoples, a whole month I didn't get paid. It's coming into 2 months and stuff. And so a little bit of something start to come in and things, but you know, not really. It was no more than about 4 months is when I really finally got my full disability. But after 2 months, I was able to go back up on light duty and make something. So at least keep myself, you know, from going deeper and deeper and utilizing all of my my savings and things and stuff, you know. And every month, you know, it adds up, people. So, you know, you can go a couple of months and stuff, but when you go beyond that and stuff, all of that stuff adds up. And it adds up and it adds up. And so then finally, when you get your little stipend or your money and stuff, then all of it is gone because you have to pay all of that stuff back that you didn't pay. But I worked through it and I got through it. And thank God, you know, I was able to maintain and keep all my bills paid and things and stuff. But then I looked around and I said, well, where were you all? Now, I didn't go and I didn't express all of my business and stuff like that and things, but anybody who's been in the situation that I've been in, you already know, been on disability, it's hard, especially when you're not making the kind of money that you was making had you been at work and things. Because they only give you like, what, 60, 70% of your earnings and stuff? I mean, who can live off of that? You know, who can really live off that? And see, I'm so used to living off my money that I make. I ain't never been to the degree to where I just been poor, you know, living out on the streets and things like that. You got people who's living off just a little siphon and stuff, and you know, but they're making it. But it's a struggle, but they're making it. But see, they know the system. I don't know the system like that. But I got acquainted with the system. And when the system said, "No, well, we ain't gonna pay you right now because you ain't got this and you ain't got that and stuff," and I'm like, "Oh my God, Lord, I got all of everything that they asked me and stuff. I sent it in, and still it's a holdup."
I got everything in. I had the doctor's reports and stuff. I had the doctors to sign off and everything. Is still a holdup because it was one thing that was holding up all of my money from getting paid out. And the system purposely did that. And they thought that they were going to break me. Because at one point I said, well, forget it then. You know, I'm not going to fight this thing, man. I ain't going to get this money, so forget it. You know, let me go back to work. Let me do what I need to do. So I went back to work and stuff. And over a period of time, you know, I was healing and stuff. And so I got healed. I'm not at 100%, but I'm to the degree to where, you know, it's bothering me very minimum. You know, I still got the functionalities of my limbs and stuff. I'm still able to work and you know, do all that stuff. But I finally went through all of the physical therapy, the doctors, the needles, injections, and physical therapy, and you know, all like this and stuff. And so now, finally, we had just closed it out. They sent the demand letter in a couple of weeks. I'm going to be $250,000 richer. He said, what you going to do with the money? I said, first thing I'm going to do, I'm going to go and buy me a car, a brand spanking new car. And I'm going to travel all over California. That's what I'm going to do. And then after that, I don't know, you know, I don't know, but that's my plan, is to travel all over California and put some miles on that car. Brand spanking new car right off the showroom lot. Sure enough, I'm going to buy it. And I'm going to ride. And I'm going to get me a brand new camera, 4K camera. And I'm going to videotape and I'm going to be live. And I'm going to show you guys everywhere I'm going. So wherever I go, you guys are going to see firsthand. 4K. I'm going to have my car windows tinted and stuff. So, you know, and I'm going to be rolling. And then after that, I don't know what I'm going to do, to be honest with you, because I really haven't gave it that much thought. But I am taking a cruise to the Caribbeans in November. Me and Pastor Carol and a couple of friends and things. And so, you know, we're taking a trip for 7 days to the Caribbean. And so she's already been there. So she already knows, you know, where to go, what to do and stuff like that. So I already got an automatic tour guide. And when I got my rooms on the, it's the Ocean View. So Ocean View, and I got a jacuzzi. I got a little bar. So it's pretty much it's a suite. The Lord did that. I didn't do that. The Lord did that. And although you really can't cook in your room, but you know, you can bring little stuff and whatnot and buy a little stuff and have it. But you know, I have all of the amenities in my room. So I mean, you know, if I want to relax in the jacuzzi, I just go into the jacuzzi in my room. I ain't gotta go halfway across the ship and to get into a pool or jacuzzi or spend money to get in the sauna or anything like that. I have it all in my room. I have a suite. Ocean view. And look at God. The Lord did that. I didn't do that. And for 7 days, I'm going to be set sail in the seas. And we're going to be going to all of the different islands and stuff and tasting all of the different flavors of the culture there. But look at God. But I say that to say, people, never give up. Don't allow the system to beat you and batter you down. You got to learn how to fight the system. The system is designed, like Jetta Wood had said, to keep you down. But the system can't keep me down. All it can do is just inspire me, elevate me, and celebrate me. Do you understand what I'm saying, people? So again, like I said, I don't condone these people in what they did to put them in jail. But
I'm not helping the system try to find them, because the system has failed them and everybody else that's in the system. If they would have taken that money and they would have did what they were supposed to do, then they wouldn't have never had a breakout. It's funny how the system all the time wants you to help them do their job. Well, they should have been doing their job in the first place. And then you wouldn't have to employ my help. And I don't care what little money that you're trying to give in order to get some information and put these people back into the system. As long as they are out, even though that they're killers, peoples, I'm going to say I'm smiling, because the system failed. And look at the system now. Look at the system now, peoples. The system looks stupid because they failed. And they know they failed. And now they need your help to put those people back into the system. So now the question is, what are you going to do? Are you going to help them? Or are you going to sit back like me and smile? Well, that's your decision, people. You do what you want to do. But I'm sitting back and I'm smiling. I'm smiling, peoples. Because, see, the system failed us all. And so now it's the system's fault. Now the system needs to go ahead and spend the money and do whatever it needs to do to capture these people. But as far as me, I'm going to sit back and I'm just going to keep smiling every day that these guys are out. Because, see, they know the system too, very well. And they're avoiding the system. Because, see, while the system wants to try to lock them up, what they're saying to the system is, catch me if you can.
And again, we can't say it enough, with Crime Stoppers, you will remain anonymous. Now, I'd like to have the ATF speak up.
All right, thank you. Hey, good morning. My name is Joshua Jackson. I am the special agent in charge for the ATF New Orleans Field Division. As New Orleans has heard me said in other communities in Louisiana, ATF's priority mission is to prevent, reduce, and solve violent crime. In this particular response, this is preventing additional violent crime from happening to our citizens in our community. The 10 escapees definitely had violent criminal histories, and they definitely were it had a lot of impact on public safety within the communities that we serve. I want to pull the curtain back a little bit and kind of give some acknowledgments and some thank yous to our partners. First, LSP, leading this investigation. Colonel Hodges has been instrumental in coordinating efforts and keeping all of the federal partners and local partners engaged and aware and appraised of what's going on. This investigation has stretched beyond the borders of Louisiana. Also want to give a lot of acknowledgement to our federal partners, and that's FBI, United States Marshal Service, and HSI. HSI, NOPD, and ATF, we have a task force that works in the city. You guys might recall when we did a press conference speaking about the crime drop, the violent crime decreases within the city of New Orleans, and we talked about this task force. This task force is led by New Orleans Police Department Special Operations Division Tactical Team 2, ATF, and Homeland Security Investigations. This team has been instrumental in this response. This task force is the one that comes out, and they do investigate violent crime in all capacities, to include this fugitive apprehension. They've been instrumental in conducting search warrants, interviews that have directly led to the arrest and capture of some of these escapees. The last acknowledgement and thank you I want to give to the public and the community at large. You guys have been instrumental in providing tips and working with us to help keep you safe. We're not at the finish line. We still have 2 more to go that we need to capture and bring back and put back in custody, as they do pose a risk to public safety to all of us in the community. I also want to reiterate to firearm owners, We want to make sure that this is already a dangerous situation. We want to make sure that firearms are secured in your vehicles. We don't want any handguns, rifles that are unsecured coming into the hands of these two individuals who are still outstanding. Also be vigilant in your home. Make sure your firearms are secured throughout the area until we get these two individuals back into custody. So thank you to New Orleans and the greater Louisiana area for your assistance and your help with this investigation. I'm going to turn it over to Chief of the United States Marshals.
Good morning. I'm Walter Martin. I'm the Chief Deputy with the U.S. Marshals here in New Orleans. I want to start by thanking several groups. I first want to thank Darlene and Crime Stoppers GNO for not only increasing the reward, but for also her partnership and everything that they've done behind the scenes to assist not only the U.S. Marshals, but my law enforcement partners that are standing here. And their support with the community has been phenomenal. I would also like to thank the men and women you see standing here with me today, but more importantly, the men and women that are behind the scenes working hard every day. Ever since the escape occurred, they have been tirelessly working, dedicating their time and giving up, sacrificing their personal and professional time to work on finding these escapees. I also want to thank the public for their support, not only of law enforcement, but for providing the tips and the information that is needed to find the escapees. More importantly, I would like to echo what Colonel Hodges has been telling you guys from the start, as well as what our leaders have been saying, that we need the community support. Continue to provide the tips, send them to Crime Stoppers, send them to the ATF, to the FBI, to the Marshal Service. We are vetting those tips, and we're using that information to catch the individuals. As you have seen thus far, we've captured 8 of them, and we plan on catching the remaining 2. If you know something, say something. Please contact Crime Stoppers, ATF, the Marshal Service, FBI, and thank you for your support. Now I'd like to introduce FBI Special Agent in Charge, Jonathan Tapp. Thank you.
Good morning, folks. Thank you, Chief. I'm Jonathan Tapp, Special Agent in Charge of the FBI here in New Orleans. Today marks day 13 in our search for escapees Antoine Massey and Derek Groves, and we want you to know that we will find them. The FBI remains committed to supporting our law enforcement partners to recapture these dangerous inmates. The FBI has utilized every resource at our disposal to locate and apprehend the remaining 2 fugitives. Agents and analysts have been working every day to ensure that credible leads are pursued with urgency. And that's not just here in New Orleans, but across the country. What we need from you, the public, is to continue to give us leads. If you think you've seen either of these men or have any information, call 911, call Crime Stoppers, call 1-800-CALL-FBI. You can submit a tip at fbi.gov/New Orleans fugitives, but please report any information. We're also announcing that we, the FBI, are increasing our potential reward per inmate, Massey and Groves, from $10,000 to $20,000 with our partners. We want you to know the FBI handles every lead with discretion, and we do our utmost to preserve anonymity. But sometimes this is difficult. We understand with our law enforcement partners that some of you might be reporting a friend, a loved one, a relative, and albeit not easy, it is critical to your safety and the safety of the public that you report that. Thank you very much. I'll turn it over to Colonel Hodges.
Thank you, SAC Tapp. Good morning, everyone. 2 weeks in, and our mission remains unchanged. In locating and apprehending the remaining fugitives is our top priority. You see them on the monitor to your left, my right, and it shows 8 captured and 2 remaining. Over the past 2 weeks, strong collaboration with our Crime Stoppers, Darlene and her team, local, state, and our federal partners that you see to my left and right and behind me have been with them, we've taken 8 of the 10 safely back into custody and transported them to a secure state facility in Louisiana. Additionally, multiple individuals who aided these fugitives after their escape have been arrested. I want to be clear. Anyone who chooses to help the remaining fugitives in any way will be arrested and prosecuted. The decision is simple. Assist law enforcement and potentially earn a reward, or try to assist these fugitives and go to jail with a potentially high bond. As SAC TAP said, we know their family members, their friends, but they are a public safety risk for you, everyone around you, and the entire state of Louisiana. You must do the right thing. With Crime Stoppers increasing the reward amount, now is the time to make the right choice. Turn in valuable information and help us bring them in safely and receive a reward. All contact information is available on our websites, our social media platforms, and can be shared again following this conference. This remains an evolving investigation. Things change. I want to thank our Texas DPS troopers who helped us Monday. I also want to thank our Baton Rouge City Police here in Louisiana who helped us also capture a fugitive on Monday as well. We'll continue to share updates with the public as more information becomes available. Please follow our social media pages and for the latest developments on what we have. Once again, this is a team effort. It takes all of us. That's why you have the New Orleans Police Department, you have the FBI, Homeland Security Investigations, ATF, the U.S. Marshals, and even those who are not with us up here right now, our state probation and parole, our sheriffs in the neighboring parishes, and many other agencies, Harbor Police, our Orleans and Jefferson Levee District. All of those agencies are instrumental in working this operation around the clock. So please know that the public, once again, that we are working for you. It's for all of Louisiana. And as mentioned, sometimes these dangerous fugitives travel outside our borders. So we need everyone's help. If you're listening and you're in another state and you have a tip or another parish or another city, please contact us. This concludes our conference, and we'll take any questions.
When this manhunt started, we heard a lot about law enforcement, about being pretty confident that inmates were still in the metro area. We now know, 2 arrests in Texas, 1 in Baton Rouge. So kind of, do you guys have any idea geographically about where Derek Rose and Antoine Massey are today?
So once again, we have some strong leads, but these remaining 2 fugitives, they have help, and therefore they move. And sometimes they move outside New Orleans, outside Louisiana, because they have help. And at this time, we're confident that we're closing in on the remaining 2 escapees, and that we should have them in custody soon. But law enforcement is patient, but more importantly, we're resilient. And although they're going to get tired and frustrated as they try to move around Louisiana or move around the metropolitan area, they know the walls are closing in, and very soon we'll have them in custody.
So you do think they're in the Louisiana metro area?
We're confident that we have strong investigative leads as to their whereabouts. But we still need the public's help, because as soon as we get one lead, then they relocate to another place, whether that's a home or business or a public area, and the information is only as good as the public continuing to call Crime Stoppers, ATF, FBI, the State Police Fusion Center, the Marshal Service, HSI, NOPD, all the agencies here. You think it may be something incredibly small, or you may be not certain, just make the call. Let us vet it. Let our team of professionals investigate it, and then it can ultimately confirm what we already know, or maybe new information that provides a different location if, in fact, they left from where we think they are right now.
Hi, Katie Ward from CBS News. It's something that's come up from our viewers around the country is concerns about, you mentioned loved ones, relatives calling in, making a tough call to provide tips. But some people are concerned, are family members conspiring with these fugitives to receive money, and everyone benefits from the escape? And the second question is, you mentioned 3 tipsters so far have been paid rewards. How much has each person received?
So I don't have those exact amounts because there's different agencies involved, but I think I'll let Ms. Costanza speak on the Crime Stoppers portion.
Okay. So for the Crime Stoppers portion, the available funds was $10,000, plus the ATF fund was included with that. And that's strictly on 3 different cases. And as far as rewards that's been paid, we've only paid 1 reward to date. The others will be paid shortly.
And as far as the
Yes.
alleged, conspiracies, concerns about family members benefiting financially from this escape?
Well, I think the bigger concern, and I'm not trying to answer your question, is public safety. If you're concerned about your loved one, I can't imagine what it feels like to have to call the police and say, my son is here, my brother is here, my cousin is here, but they are a risk and have proven that they're a risk because they were already incarcerated for charges, violent charges, and now they're escaped. And they have an opportunity to come to court and to, again, or some of them just need to be relocated, and the census have already been done with the remaining 2. But with that being said, I think the public safety is the bigger concern, because once you leave outside of your home, you're around everyone else. And I think it would be unthinkable if these 2 individuals hurt someone else and you knew about it, you would feel really bad. So with regard to the money aspect of it, I just think it's the right thing to do. And if you receive a reward, that's outstanding. That's why we appreciate the partnership with Crime Stoppers. But it must lead to an arrest. And we just encourage people to continue calling. Yes, sir.
At the peak of this, 700 tips were coming in. Were tips starting to dwindle? Is that part of the reason why the increase in the reward for information leading to an arrest?
I would say that any time that more days pass by, the fugitives can have other opportunities because there's more people that can help them. And with regard to obviously the conference was to let them know that there's an increased amount because we know the importance of bringing these last 2 back into custody and the public safety risk. I don't think that the tips have decreased. We hope with these new reward amounts that they increase even more than what we've had. However, they move and they change. So the information that you call and provide is only good for a short amount of time. And therefore, we need additional leads and additional calls and tips to help the public. So I believe that we will get more tips, and that's, I believe, part of the plan. We appreciate our business community and those who are part of our Crime Stoppers board, Norman, who's here representing with Darlene as well, and our community that comes together as a whole, realizing it's everyone's safety's at risk here and not just one particular city.
Okay, peoples, and so now let's break this down. What is the risk to the community? Because if they're being helped by someone, then the likelihood of them reoffending is very minimal, right? I said the likelihood of them reoffending is very minimum if they are receiving help from someone. Do you understand what I'm saying, people? So, the longer that these people stay out of jail, it is a stain upon law enforcement out there. It is a stain upon the system because the system had failed you. They couldn't even contain these people. So if they can't contain these people, what makes you think that they're going to be able to hold these people if they ever
5 of 7 of them
get back into custody? What makes you think that they'll be able to hold these people? They won't be able to do it, peoples. I said they won't be able to do it, peoples. And so, the longer that they're out, the more that the people is starting to feel some type of way in things, because what they're saying is we're beating you at your own game. Now, yeah, they're murderers and things, but you got to understand the history behind these two individuals. You got to understand the history. Now, I had a content creator who told me a little bit of history about them and things and stuff, and so I got to do a little bit more research upon them to give you a little bit more background as to what they did and why they did it. And we're going to come full circle with this because, see, there's always a cause and effect to everything, peoples. Some people, they just murder just to murder. Some people just like that. Some people are seeking revenge. Some people had felt some type of way and wanted some clout back. But these two individuals, for 13 days of being out, yeah, they got some help. They understand the streets. They understand the system. They understand that the system is looking for them. But the longer that they're outsmarting the system. And so now the system has to come back and be on bended knees in order to seek you guys help in order to get them back into custody. And so they're going to say all of these things. Well, we're partners. We're this, we're that. No, we're not nothing. You do what you do and we do what we do. Even when we try to obey the law, still the system goes and beats us down, ridicules us, talks about us, put us in jail, take away our family and our money, our livelihood, everything. Make us feel some type of way. That's what the system does. Now the system is looking stupid because now you got some black people who knows the system and who is dealing and depending upon their own system to stay out the system. And so there you have it, peoples. This video right here is going to show you the system in New Orleans. Let's take a look, peoples. Let's go.
A bold escape.
Several inmates on Pod 1 Delta were missing.
10 inmates shimmy open a cell door, carve their way through a wall.
There are clean cuts here, and the plumbing had been removed.
And make a run for it with no one watching.
And the technician that was assigned to the housing unit module had actually stepped away to grab food.
A now viral photo shows the messages they left behind taunting the jail staff. It would take hours before the Orleans Sheriff's Office alerted anyone on the outside.
One of the other chiefs picked up the phone and said, well, it's in the media.
A firestorm of criticism erupts with calls for the sheriff to resign. Victims, witnesses, even prosecutors forced into hiding.
Just get all our family members out of the city.
I am personally afraid. Not just for myself, but for my lawyers.
This is the New Orleans jailbreak, the first 7 days. Well, thank you for watching our special coverage of the Orleans Parish Jail escape. I'm Sharice Gibson. We're going to bring you a detailed timeline to show exactly how the saga started, who's been captured, and...
Okay, so I don't know why this is locking up, but I'm going to have to share my screen a different way. So let me call up this video, people, and I'm going to share my screen a different way. Yeah, I wonder why. Now I see it's locking up. So this only can take at least a couple of minutes time before it locks up. So this was good. I mean, this was a good test to see how long of a video I can play. But now I'm seeing, but now it's locking up. So I don't want this part to lock up because I want you guys to see this video in its entirety. So let me go ahead and let me call up that video. And then I'm gonna share my screen a different way. So you guys give me a moment, it's loading up. Okay. So we may have to relook at something that we already seen, but that's okay. So let me share my screen a different way, peoples. We can do it like this. All right. So that's cool. So now you understand the limits of this here. But before I do that, people, so let me go ahead and call up this PDF file, because we're going to be streaming on a new platform. So let me go ahead and call that up real quick. We're going to be streaming on a platform called Kick. This is going to bring us a lot more views. So it says new destination alert. Kick is here. You can now stream directly to Kick from StreamYard. Connect your Kick account to create and manage your Kick streams and live comments, just with other destinations, making engagement smooth and streamless. And so now, you know, we can stream up on Kick. As you can see, I'm already streaming up on Facebook and Twitch, YouTube and Rumble. Now I'm going to add Kick. So I'm going to start up an account with Kick. I never heard of it, but since StreamYard is allowing us to stream live on it, I'm going to start streaming live up on Kick and bring some more people to our channel. So I can stream live on TikTok, and I can stream live up on Instagram. Now I can be able to stream live up on Kick. So Kick is going to be my next platform that I'm going to go ahead and bring to YouTube. Is that all right, people? We're constantly expanding here on this channel. We're constantly doing some new things on this channel. So, you know, that's what I want to do, people. And I'm going to be talking about more cases, you know, and I'm going to be doing things like I'm doing right now and stuff. And so I'm going to get it down. I'm going to take some time out to edit some clips and things, and, you know, show the clips and talk about it. Talk about the different cases, some current event cases and things and stuff. And, you know, start bringing more to my channel like I'm doing now. And so all of this is work in progress, people. So as I work in progress with it, I'm refining it and I'm defining it. And so you guys are going to start seeing a lot more new stuff up on this channel. And so this is good, people. This is really good. And so when I get my new apartment, it's going to allow me even more time to be able to come on live and do things, because now I wouldn't have to drive so far to get home. Do you understand what I'm saying? So blessed be to God that he's blessing me with this money to where I can be able to start afresh and anew, peoples. All right, so let me go ahead and share my screen, peoples, and let's go ahead and get right into this, peoples. I said, let me go ahead and share my screen, and let's go ahead and get right into this, peoples. And so we're going to look at this video right here, peoples. So let's go ahead and watch this video, peoples. Let's go.
A bold escape. 10 inmates shimmy open the cell.
Okay, so that's not working. So now let me go and share my screen a different way. So I'm gonna share my full screen with the audio on it as well.
So that's not working.
So let me do it this way, and let me do it this way. Bring that like that. And now let me play this video, peoples. Let me play the video now.
A bold escape.
Several inmates on Pod 1 Delta were missing.
10 inmates shimmy open a cell door, carve their way through a wall.
There are clean cuts here, and the plumbing had been removed.
And make a run for it with no one watching.
And the technician that was assigned to the housing unit module had actually stepped away to grab food.
A now viral photo shows the messages they left behind taunting the jail staff. It would take hours before the Orleans Sheriff's Office alerted anyone on the outside.
One of the other chiefs picked up the phone and said, well, it's in the media.
A firestorm of criticism erupts with calls for the sheriff to resign. Victims, witnesses, even prosecutors forced into hiding.
Just get all our family members out of the city.
I am personally afraid, not just for myself, but for my lawyers.
This is the New Orleans jailbreak, the first 7 days. Well, thank you for watching our special coverage of the Orleans Parish Jail escape. I'm Sharice Gibson. We're going to bring you a detailed timeline to show exactly how the saga started, who's been captured and where. A bold escape.
Several inmates on Pod 1 Delta were missing.
10 inmates shimmy open a cell door, carve their way through a wall.
There are clean cuts here, and the plumbing had been removed.
And make a run for it with no one watching.
And the technician that was assigned to the housing unit module had actually stepped away to grab food.
A now viral photo shows the messages they left behind taunting the jail staff. It would take hours before the Orleans Sheriff's Office alerted anyone on the outside.
One of the other chiefs picked up the phone and said, well, it's in the media.
A firestorm of criticism erupts with calls for the sheriff to resign. Victims, witnesses, even prosecutors forced into hiding.
Just get all our family members out of the city.
I am personally afraid, not just for myself, but for my lawyers.
This is the New Orleans jailbreak, the first 7 days. Well, thank you for watching our special coverage of the Orleans Parish Jail escape. I'm Sharice Gibson. We're going to bring you a detailed timeline to show exactly how the saga started, who's been captured and where. You'll also see the problems now being blamed for allowing a total of 10 inmates to reach freedom. For 5 of the prisoners, it would only be temporary. Half of the escapees were back in custody 1 week after the escape. Devin Bartolotta breaks it down, walking us through all the major events since the inmates made it out of the Orleans Justice Center.
It was a week that exposed cracks in the overall security system at the Orleans Justice Center. Cracks in the communication between law enforcement. Cracks that 10 inmates slipped right through unnoticed, giving them an 8-hour head start on law enforcement when minutes mattered.
Here's how it started. Day 1. At 12:23 in the morning, Friday, May 16th, inmates began pulling on a cell door, a door that the sheriff's office knew could be manipulated off the track. No staff members were in the pod, and a civilian hired to watch the cameras had stepped away. At 12:43, the inmates entered a cell where the water had apparently been turned off, and someone, either inside that cell or maybe out, sawed through rebar, bolts, and a pipe to make a hole. This is the moment of freedom. At 1:01 a.m., 10 inmates ran out of a loading dock door and reportedly used blankets to climb over razor wire. All 10 of them then ran across the interstate in front of several cars. The hours that followed would be crucial, but the escape went apparently unnoticed through a 6:30 a.m. shift change and wasn't discovered until 8:47 a.m. during morning head count. At some point, staff discovered the hole in the cell wall and the taunting message left behind. Too easy, LOL. At 8:53, the jail was put on lockdown. 9:30, the Marshals Task Force was notified. 10:30, the New Orleans Police Department was notified. 10:50, the Orleans Parish Sheriff's Office sent out a press release about the escape. At 11:30 a.m., Troop NOLA arrested escapee Kendall Miles in the French Quarter. Around the same time, Sheriff Susan Hudson held her first news conference and released the names of the missing inmates.
Our top priority right now is the safety of the public and returning these individuals to our custody without delay.
Immediately, the finger-pointing began. Hudson cited a lack of funding for security problems at the jail.
I think it's safe to say I'm angry. This is absurd.
District Attorney Jason Williams blamed Hudson's poor leadership. And just about everyone was furious about how long it took to notice the jailbreak and sound the alarm. Not until 1:30 in the afternoon did WWL Louisiana and the public get a look at mugshots of the missing inmates who had enjoyed a full 12 and a half hours under the veil of anonymity. At 2:30, a NOLA Ready alert finally went out, and the sheriff implied in an afternoon update this might be an inside job.
We think this was intentional. There is much more than meets the eye.
Hours later, 3 jail employees had been suspended. At 7:30, a Crime Stoppers tip led authorities to a second inmate, Robert Moody, in Central City. And later that night, a third, Dakeenan Dennis, was caught in New Orleans East. Saturday, the day after the escape, Louisiana State Police shared photos of their officers loading Miles, Moody, and Dennis into a helicopter on their way to a state prison. But 7 inmates were still on the run. A terrifying reality for witnesses, victims, and families of victims.
We had to get everyone out of the city.
The family of Jamar Robinson, who was killed by convicted escapee Derek Groves, told WWL Louisiana Saturday that they went into hiding.
I want you to know that you are safe. If you do see something, you say something.
We also heard for the first time from Mayor LaToya Cantrell in a video posted to Instagram. She thanked law enforcement, who continued to stage major scenes across the metro, including this street in New Orleans East, which did not lead to the arrest of a missing inmate. But as the pressure to find them increased, so did the reward. Saturday night, it stood at $12,000 per inmate. Day 3, Sunday, netted no inmates, but cranked up the political tension and saw the reward increase to $20,000. Project NOLA released a video from Friday morning of Kendall Miles and possibly another inmate walking in the French Quarter minutes before Miles was caught by state police.
These inmates are accused of serious crimes.
The FBI emphasized Sunday night the consequences of harboring a fugitive.
Turn yourself in.
And Governor Jeff Landry pointed fingers at District Attorney Jason Williams and criminal court judges. He announced plans for the Department of Corrections to audit the jail, plus investigations by the Attorney General and the Inspector General. Day 4, Monday. With no inmates recaptured over the weekend, we learned more about those still on the run. 5 of 7 of them had either been charged with or convicted of murder or attempted murder. 2 of the inmates had escaped custody previously. And Monday, the simmering frustrations over this escape came to a boil.
I just don't see why you should be sheriff if you can't do your one job.
State Representative Amy Adato Freeman called for Sheriff Susan Hudson to resign. District Attorney Jason Williams fired back at the governor while adding some of his staff members had gone into hiding as well. Sheriff Hudson and Attorney General Liz Murrill were called to an emergency meeting with the federal judge overseeing the jail's consent decree. In Baton Rouge, a new bill was filed to require adult jail facilities to report escapees within 10 minutes. Then, Monday evening, another inmate was arrested. 21-year-old Gary Price was taken into custody in New Orleans East and then put on a helicopter to a maximum security facility. 4 days in, 6 inmates still missing. On day 5, with 4 recaptured inmates at Louisiana State Penitentiary, there were signs that the internal investigation into their alleged escape was making headway. News came that 33-year-old Sterling Williams was charged with helping out. He was a maintenance worker. Sources say he admitted to turning off water to the cell where a toilet was removed. Williams's attorney said he was just doing his job.
He was used as a tool by the escapees and is being used as a fall guy by Sheriff Hudson.
City Council wanted answers too.
One arrest has been made, and we are continuing to pursue everyone involved.
Sheriff Hudson took responsibility at a meeting with the Criminal Justice Committee. That meeting got heated at times, and Hudson asked for more money for the jail. Later, she announced she was temporarily suspending her re-election campaign to focus on the problem at hand. Local, state, and federal law enforcement were focused too, making a scene, first in Slidell with SWAT, Then, hours later, in the Iberville neighborhood, where state police arrested 19-year-old Corey Boyd in his grandmother's apartment. Day 6, Wednesday, we learn more about that scene in Slidell. It had ties to one of 2 women charged with helping inmates after the escape. Investigators say Corvante Baptiste and Courtney Harris got food, communicated by phone, and helped drive inmates around. And new video obtained by WWL Louisiana showed the men walking in the CBD near Barone Street about an hour after the jailbreak.
I saw the locks issues, I saw the hinges issue, I saw what they were talking about with the sliding doors.
Attorney General Liz Murrill and DA Williams got their first look at the jail and the security problems in it. And at the state level, Governor Jeff Landry signed an executive order.
Today, we say enough is enough.
Directing multiple agencies to put OJC and New Orleans justice system under a microscope. Only 5 inmates were in custody by Wednesday, with none of them having traveled even 10 miles from the Orleans Justice Center. Day 7, another day without an inmate arrest, but 59-year-old Connie Whedon of Slidell was taken into custody, accused of helping one escapee and giving him money. Also Thursday, WWL Louisiana obtained more video of those inmates strolling through the CBD the morning of the jailbreak. And we learned that the district attorney's office had to step in and call the crime lab to collect DNA, fingerprints, and other evidence.
I am deeply concerned that there was not an immediate request by the sheriff.
The list of probes, investigations, and players is continuing to grow, with recapture, responsibility, and rectification on center stage. Devin Bartolotta, WWL Louisiana.
And as you can imagine, when word of the inmates' escape from the Orleans Justice Center reached their alleged victims, there were questions over not only how this could happen, but why they weren't notified. Some families say they didn't even receive a call alerting them of the jailbreak. Others say the thought of these escapees being back on the streets sent them into hiding.
No one notified us, no one tell us anything.
Derek Groves is one of the inmates who broke out of OJC, along with 9 others. He initially made headlines after being found guilty of 2 counts of second-degree murder and 2 charges of attempted second-degree murder in a Mardi Gras Day shooting in 2018, claiming the lives of Byron Jackson and Jamar Robinson. Now, Robinson's family, who asked to remain anonymous for fear of their safety, are in hiding as Derek Groves remains on the loose. Groves was set for sentencing in July of this year after being convicted last year in their family member's murder.
You know, we had to leave work. We didn't know what was going to happen. We didn't know how Derek Groves felt like with this process of us. You know, either he was coming for us, we didn't know.
It's a fear shared by some of the alleged victims of the escapees, and in anger they weren't notified by authorities that their lives could be in danger. Another shooting victim says his alleged perpetrator's escape stoked fears he would try to finish the job.
My mother called me up and told me that Kendall Miles escaped from prison.
Kendall Miles, the first escapee to be captured, is accused of shooting this victim in 2022. That was as he was on the run during another escape, this time from the Bridge City Center for Youth.
That's the only thing that's going through my head is that looking for me again to try to shoot me again and make it right by killing me.
But District Attorney Jason Williams says the fear of retaliation is widespread, even pushing 2 of his prosecutors to leave the city.
I am personally afraid. Not just for myself, but for my lawyers. We were asking for a life sentence of this man, and he is now at large. 2 of the lawyers who I tried that case with, who successfully went forward, able to get a conviction on that case, these lawyers got out of town this weekend with their families out of fear of retribution and retaliation.
Acts of retaliation are why some are calling foul at OJC. It wasn't known for hours some inmates were running loose on the streets. DA Williams has been critical not only of Sheriff Susan Hudson's handling of the jailbreak, but why all victims and their family members weren't immediately notified.
Any family member who is scared or frustrated, they have every right to be, because this should not have happened. And if it happened at 1 a.m., they should have been notified at 1:30.
The Louisiana legislature is in session, and in the immediate aftermath of the jailbreak, a bill was amended requiring jails to report escapes within 10 minutes. The bill was amended by House Criminal Justice Committee Chair Debbie Vilio, who says in part it is inexcusable that the prison break of the magnitude of the one that occurred in New Orleans could go unreported for hours. It is irresponsible for an agency not to sound the alarm about possible harm to a community. A similar bill made it past Governor Jeff Landry's desk last year, requiring public notification of juvenile escapees.
Several inmates on Pod 1 Delta were missing during their head count.
Until the remaining escapees are caught, the families we spoke to say they will remain in the shadows, hoping these alleged criminals are brought to justice once again.
We were inside the jail just weeks before the escape with Sheriff Susan Hudson showing us some of the issues like broken locks. And WWL investigative reporter Mike Pearlstein toured that jail with Hudson shortly after she was elected in 2022. Joining us now for a discussion on how this all played out. There were issues that Hudson pointed out 2-3 years ago with the jail.
In particular, those jail cell doors, which can be moved off their tracks so that they don't lock properly. And she showed us how inmates took advantage of that by stuffing towels or, wadded up tissue paper to keep those off the track and use that, at different times when they're supposed to be locked down to get out of their cells.
I know a lot of people said that they were having issues. Susan Hudson spoke up about this before. We did not receive the funding to fix those things. So why is that?
Well, that's actually being investigated by the City Council, among others, as to what kind of funding the sheriff did get and what it went toward. However, she did point out that there were, physical plant deficiencies in that jail. At the time in 2022, when I took that tour, she blamed a lot of it on her predecessor not maintaining, the facility, which was relatively new, 2015, when that new jail opened. And there are obviously questions from 2022 up to present where the money went, why some of these deficiencies, as she described them, weren't addressed earlier. Prior to the millage election, we went on a tour and she pointed out some of the same problems and issues still existed. So I do think now that there's a lot of attention on Sheriff Hudson's administration of the jail and actually the building itself. Where did the money go? She went so far as to tell us during the course of our coverage that they don't have any kind of a maintenance contract.
Well, isn't Governor Landry doing proposed an audit on the Orleans Parish Sheriff's Office?
Yes, he's proposed an audit. The City Council is probing the money. It looks like there's going to be a lot of eyes at many levels on the sheriff's operation of that jail.
You talk about her predecessor. You spoke with Marlon Gusman, and you of course mentioned about the fact that this was relatively a new jail. What was his response to everything that's happened and everything that Sheriff Susan Hudson has said?
Right, we got on a Zoom call, an interview with the former sheriff, Marlon Gusman, and he said that the failures were catastrophic, that none of the issues were too big that they could not have been addressed. He said that it was not just the building, but the guards, the other personnel, and we do need to point out that that existed during Marlon Gusman's time. It carried over into Susan Hudson's tenure as the sheriff, and she readily admitted that particular pod at the time unmanned, that another lookout area for monitoring of cameras, the person assigned there went out to get something to eat.
And that person was a civilian.
Correct, civilian monitor. They don't necessarily have to be trained, post-certified law enforcement deputies. They're the ones who interact, say, on the floor with the inmates. The ones who sit in control modules are usually civilians.
Well, talk about this. There's the fact that the sheriff is investigating, and there was one arrest so far of this being an inside job. One maintenance worker was arrested, claiming that he was being held up by threatened rather by one of the escapees, and 2 other workers were suspended. So far, we don't know who they are or what their role was in all of this.
I do know that one of the suspensions was a supervisory level, high rank and that was probably just for the failures that went on, on more ground level, the night and up into the morning of the escape itself. We're still waiting for information on the other suspensions and where that's going to lead. I would say it's pretty safe that we aren't seeing the last of either suspensions or even criminal charges on people inside the jail who worked there.
Well, for those inside of the jail that do work there, investigator Katie Moore pointed out that maybe, less than 40 people were running the entire jail and making sure they were in control of, more than 1,400 inmates that are inside of that jail, and they said a large percentage of those working inside of the jail were female. How do all of those factors play a role in this?
Okay, people, so we got some breaking news, and so we're going to cut into this real quick, and let me share this, peoples. Some breaking news.
Y'all, I thought they was our friend. I knew it was going to take our own cash. Allegedly. He acted like he was our friend at first. Look, they put tickets up on people's cars. Look at them. They take our own cash. See how they get us? This shit been since the beginning of time. It ain't stopped. They block off the airways. They block off the airways. And everything. They trying to provoke. This is a peaceful party. We can't party downtown. We can't party in our own hoods. It always takes our own care. And he was the very one that snapped his hands. And now look at him. He the very one time he gonna arrest us. Look at him. Look at him. Look at him. Look at his precious self. Now I ain't telling all of them. Y'all see him? They got him. But his name, I can't say nothing. They ain't meant for me to say it. They always act like they are friends. And then they come. Look, when we go downtown, it's a problem. Now look at them, y'all. Look at them. We ain't even got to start. It ain't even 11 o'clock. Y'all go in the park. Go in the park. Everybody go in the park. Go in the park. Go in the park. Don't argue with them. Turn on y'all lights. Go in the park, y'all. Look, y'all. They always act like our friends. We can't even go downtown. We ain't party in our own hoods. It's black folks. People my color. I feel so sorry for us. Do we have any outage? Is it anybody that can help us in this world? Where could we go? Look, they treat us like animals. We at peace. Look how they do us. Look. Ain't nobody getting shot over here. It's people in Chicago. We at peace, total peace. And look how Chicago police departments do us. They act like they are friends. They wonder why we don't get along with them, because they forsake us. They act like they are friends all the time. We at peace. We can't be at peace. We can't be a problem. We can't go downtown. We don't have my whole 51 years. And look this. Look, I'm not touching you. I'm not touching y'all. Y'all see him? Y'all see him? I'm right here. I'm 51 years old. I'm older than you. And look at him. Look at him. This the one said he was our friend. Look, I'm not saying nothing. Listen, man. We not saying nothing, and I'm respectable to you. We not doing nothing. Okay, we can't have what? We can't have nothing. We can't do it downtown. Where could we do it at? Is there anybody in this world that can help us? Help us go somewhere. Help us. Where can we have peaceful? Thank us for coming. We from this neighborhood. We not doing nothing. Well, how could y'all detect that? Because when black people get together, we're going to be out of control. It ain't even 11 o'clock. But if you go over there in all these neighborhoods where it's different races at, they play loud music, they do everything. So y'all tell us, do y'all hear this? No, y'all don't. I could go video right now when they having loud music. Look, y'all, they ain't doing nothing. I tell them to do a peaceful party, and I do this on purpose to prove how we don't have no say-so. We need help. Somebody come help us. Look, we go downtown, we get arrested. Now we in our hood, they ain't doing nothing. They pushing these people, they grabbing these people, and they doing nothing. They probably arrest me tonight. Look, they grabbing on these, they touching on us. We're in the park, this is a public place. And I did this on purpose. Look, it ain't even 11 o'clock, I'm moving, I'm just showing the people. We're not touching y'all. You're right. It's a large gathering over there at all these parks. Go over there where the different races at. Why over on there here in the black neighborhood? Whether we doing, I'm sorry, sir. I didn't try to touch you. Whether we doing good, we're in trouble. Whether we doing bad, look at these people. We walking in the park, y'all. This the park. And look how they do it. It's all peace. Y'all see that? And they say they love us. It's always segregation. Y'all keep walking and everybody just turn on y'all phones, don't argue. Let's do a peaceful gathering. We gonna find somewhere where we can have some peace. We gonna keep on walking. We can't go downtown. We can't party in our own hoods and they ain't doing nothing. I'm standing out here on purpose. Because I know, like how they did last time, the police act like they're our friends. They say they're our friends. And then the police officer hit me on my damn arm with a billy club. That's how they always do. They trick us like they for us. They ain't for us. Only thing they do is to lock us up. That's it. They put us in slavery. Jail is slavery. Jail is slavery. And that's how they do us. That's the new slavery. Look, they said thanks for coming. Now they pushing us on public property on side where we can't even stand in the public park. The parks in Chicago, look who the main leader. Look at that. I'm not touching nobody. I'm not touching nobody. He touching me, y'all. He trying to start something. He know these people love me. They touching me. And I ain't even did last time the man hit me from the back with the billy club. Look, y'all, I ain't doing nothing. Keep it on my phone. Y'all don't argue with him. Turn on live. Look at him. Look at the main one, who they get. Look who they get. Look who they get. Look who they get. Look who they get. The main leader. The main leader. How dare y'all? Y'all call us angry black women. Look who they get. The main one. He gonna show me a handshake I ain't never did in my damn life. Talk, this how we do it. Nigga, we don't do it like that. Well, I mean, black man or whatever, man my color. We don't do it like that. You lie to these people like we cool, and we ain't even cool. You's a liar. You's a liar. I never saw you a day of my life till today. You say you got people over here, over on this block. I ain't never saw it. Don't argue with them. Don't argue with them. Don't argue. Don't argue. Don't say nothing. Turn on your camera. Turn on your camera. Hey, what's up, babe? You look so pretty. We ain't doing nothing. We enjoying our. Look at, we ain't did nothing. You just doing extra. Everybody else ain't said nothing. But we got freedom of speech. Then you doing your First Amendment. I just met another man that lied. Said you ain't give me no warning. You lied. You said you was my friend. What's your name?
My name is Deputy Chief Andre Parham. I'm in charge of this whole thing.
He want to be famous, y'all. Let's make him famous.
His name is black guy. Everybody white and
Don't touch him. Don't touch him. Watch out. Watch out. No, don't touch him. No, sir. We at peace.
I'm telling him to watch out.
Yeah, don't even get close to him, y'all. Don't touch him. Don't give him no reason to try to do no whatever. Don't give him no reason. They try to do this. Y'all ain't gonna stop my baby's day. Kanika Day is survive. Kanika Day is love. It ain't no game related. Y'all do everybody like that. Every time a black person. No gang related. It ain't no gang related. When is black? How the fuck would black people gonna ever be able to come in unity when we always have a segregation? The police, they always do this to us. No. It's okay. No, we gonna be at peace. Let's go to the park, y'all. Hey, y'all, come on, let's go to the park. My purpose is to try to get my peoples to party in our own hood. We can't party in our own hood. This is a trial. We need some help. It's the business, some type of center. I ain't gave up on my peoples. These young folks. The Bible tells us when we find somebody and they ain't at that knowledge or understand, we gotta be humble. We gotta humble. We can't look at them as just because we got a badge. These human. These human. And I ain't gonna even lie. A lot of these people, they know I'm not lying. They at peace. They don't want this. They want peace. Now look at them. And look who at the car, y'all. Look who at the car. Let's show y'all I don't care. It's been since the beginning of time. I don't care. He want peace, knowing we ain't had nothing but peace. And I'm doing this just so to show y'all. And they talk about the Chicago neighborhoods, the low-income neighborhoods. I'm from here. We ain't got no outage. We can't even party in our own parts. But different races come over here and they party and they enjoy our neighborhoods that we had for years. My grandkids, I gotta go to different neighborhoods when they look at us funny just to find a decent basketball rim. It ain't nothing. And look how they do us. But in their neighborhoods, they act like we animals. They make it and y'all see it ain't number peace. Y'all ain't never heard me get like this. But I show y'all what we go through because we need help. We ain't got nobody over here that help us. I got a little change. I need somebody to help support me to help build someplace. Y'all probably think if we unite that we gonna fight. Everybody get into it. But as long as it be people like me that can talk peace. God said to his people, humble themselves. I need somebody to help me. He said if we don't find them, they be a little bit going on. Y'all know what I'm saying. I ain't gonna never be perfect. I don't even want to be perfect. And he's saying he reading this, but y'all, my peoples know me. He did this on purpose. Y'all see this car? Y'all see that number? They came right here by me on purpose. And look at all of them. They ready to probably knock my ass out. They probably ready. They cutting on my line, but I'm staying on line because I need somebody to hear me. Somebody to help us. Y'all people, y'all rich people, come help us. I'm willing to put on. Help my peoples. Help me help my peoples, damn it. Where's the outer check? These young folks, they listening to me. Look, they walking in peace. It's hope for us. It's hope for us. They did nothing. We ain't did nothing. We had peace. We had peace. Maybe if we stop having so much hell with the other gangs could know how to get along. I remember when I was 16 years old. We went on 16th and Homan. We weren't doing nothing. We used to hang over there. They used to be a hangout spot. And they locked us up for nothing. This ain't just started. That's why this is anger built up. And for these young folks, I didn't plan this party. For these young folks to want to unite, I hear them. I hear them. So I said, I'm going to come out here. Last year I was sick. I went in a little bit early. But until to make sure it's peace within this land, I ain't going in. And we ain't doing nothing. Y'all see it, I'm getting on live so y'all can see. It ain't before time. Look at these kids. Ain't nobody arguing with the police. I'm showing y'all what Chicago police are, not all of them, but what they made of. Look at them coming over here. They probably beat me up, y'all. If they do, I ain't gonna say, no, I'm gonna get this ass whooping. Excuse my French. I'm gonna get this ass whooping. And I'm gonna show y'all my pictures. Y'all know I show y'all when I get it. And going through my procedures and everything. I'm gonna get this ass whooping. If it takes peace. Mayor, we need some help. You said you was gonna help us. Help us. You worried about the taxes and shit. Help us. These young people, if they wouldn't listen to little old me, I'm just a nobody trying to tell somebody. And they doing it peacefully. They ain't arguing with these people. But look at it. Look at it. Chicago police. There's all this crime going on in Chicago, and they doing all this. But I know y'all hear my voice. Y'all see this? They stop people. They block up cars. They don't want us, these young people, to get in peace. Yeah. I need somebody to help me. Somebody with a heart. Help me help my people. Let's build some type of faculties where we can help my people. I ain't going nowhere. I need to help my people. These young folks need help. They need help. Look, they ain't doing nothing. They ain't doing nothing. Love, happy. If we catch them while they doing this, what more? We need somebody to try. They ain't scaring us. They respecting me. It's at peace. They won already. Because y'all know blue and whites is the biggest gang there is. Y'all know they is. They ain't perfect. Ain't none of us perfect. But y'all know they the biggest gang. They worse than the church gang. And look at them. Here go, oh Lord. Here they go. They just ready for no reason, y'all. Look at them. They just ready. Look at them. They just ready for no reason. They ready to beat somebody else. They just ready. Excuse my French. They just ready. Look at them right there. Look. They crowding us in. We ain't doing nothing else. And I'm showing this. I'm not embarrassed. But we need somebody. Somebody come help us. If we ain't looking right, help me build a center that's big enough so kids can have somewhere to vent. They just want to have fun. They full of energy. And if I need more people like me that could talk peace. We all was at that point. We all need some help, a friendship or something. We all need love. I need some help. Helping my peoples. They trying to make us become as steep. And if I ain't saying the right, goddamn it, fix it. I'm angry, hurt. Because these young people only want to have fun. They can't say this happened, that. We can't keep on knocking what happened. Let's try to figure out a better way to do it next time. These young people, look at all these young people willing to do it peacefully. They at peace. They ain't arguing with these police. Look at them. Look at these police. Look at them. And they came and I was with them as humble. I didn't put them on Facebook because we had an honest, hard conversation. And like I told them, just like that last police officer that was the head. As soon as he said we at peace, then next thing the police start beating us with billy clubs. Now I'm videotaping. Look, they got the paddy wagon. This is the sign up. It ain't 11 o'clock yet. I'm going to leave at 11 o'clock. But I guess it's against the law for us to be outside at 11 o'clock. See, this is what they do. They even harass. That's why I put that video up. But the police, I didn't know the police could be that nice and play with black kids, keeping it real. And I'm sorry if I get banned up on Facebook. I don't care. Because it's been years of this. And they wonder why the black neighborhoods, why we so full of anger. Because this is how they do us, and they've been doing us like this. We can't have fun. How do we know how to have fun when this is what we go up against? They want to criminalize us, and I pray to God that they free Larry Hoover. Because y'all, for me going through what I went through, and then they called me all kind of names, said that my daughter wasn't my daughter. That man probably was an innocent man. I don't care who get mad and who this. That's a human. Who the hell is us to judge? They say, judge ye not. Search within. Find yourself. And is you able? Because at the end, whoa, all them little body parts gonna tell on themselves. You gonna ask them, why you telling on me? So gonna say, because my daddy told us. Our father, Allah, told us to speak. Oh Lord, here go the snake. Oh, look at his ass in the grass. Ooh, Jesus. Okay, God, forgive me. Okay, he ain't no snake. That human, that nice man. Share this live, y'all. Share. Chicago need help. And this is the start of it. We need to correct within first. We talk about all these other countries, President Trump, Donald Trump. Do something about us people. We need help. Build facilities. The ones that's in this neighborhood, I said in 2018, the ones in this neighborhood, you got to be special. We ain't look at them burning the light on me. They put the light on me. Look at them. This nice officer, y'all see how they doing? They think I'm going to get mad. I just want that nice officer. Yeah, you think I'm going to start? They can knock my ass out today. They can knock my ass out another day. Guess what? I'm going to take that knockout. Turn on your light. It's okay. Turn on your, that's all right.
Guess what? We love Tamika. We don't give a fuck about them. Y'all know how to show support too.
Yeah, that's it. That's it. Whoever's this calling me, please stop calling me because I ain't answering nothing. I ain't got time for that. Y'all know I ain't rude. But as soon as I answer that phone, look at the snake. Ooh, Jesus. Look, they ready. Look, that's all they want to do. Just have fun. We can't have fun. Y'all dance, exactly. They say we can't play no music, but I see them in the softball. People that's light-skinned, we can't do nothing in our part. This I used to stay right here. 3334 West Douglas. We couldn't do nothing in our part. If we had too much fun, we was gonna get arrested. This ain't just started. It's been life. Lord Lightfoot, I thank you. Because thank God we got nice roads. That other Round Emmanuel, he put all this extra stuff. But I don't care. It's the truth. Do whatever. The truth hurt. But Lori, I like you. That the Johnson man, I got to find out about him. Help us. Help us. Help all us. It's not only us, not the color. It's just us in these low class. But God uses the poor to shame the richest. Because y'all don't know how to love. Y'all forget. Y'all forget. I knew it was a lie when they said they was my friend. And they wanted to show everybody. They was trying to show everybody that we was cool. I am cool with them. We all human. Ain't nobody special than the other. Look at him. He want to be seen. Top dog. Top dog. Yes. Yes. Top dog. Look at him. Look at him. Ooh, he bought like a bowling cow. I wonder where them fans at, baby. Oh. Yep. Now there they go. Thank God they turned off the noise because I'm going to keep on talking. I know somebody heard me. I came out here on purpose. Because this is what they always do. They say, I'm coming to protect you. Protect me how? To push somebody. I saw him, the one, the main top dog. He lady taking her groceries in. He coming to grab her damn arm, trying to twist her damn arm up her back. I'm like, see, I knew you was going to be the very motherfucking one. But I ain't say the motherfucker, y'all. Y'all got to excuse me, y'all. I'm cursing. But guess what? I ain't perfect, and I ain't trying to be perfect for all you perfect people. Yes, I curse. And I ask God, God, you use me, and I'm just like this. Then I think about Mary McAdam, and I say, oh, yeah, I am her ancestor. I am her great-great-great-great-great-granddaughter. I got to remember. Here the don't y'all want a job. What y'all want to do? Yeah! Period! Period, boo. That's all we want to do is have some fun. Hold on. Hold on. They talk about threatening us one more time. Hold on.
She said, which one of them you would go with? Which one would you get?
You know what? This will verify me. Yeah, that's a verify me. I'm not going to, because they police, they human. They doing their job. Yeah, they look nice. Yeah, they look nice. Some people ain't got nothing to do with it. They just out here making, they doing their job. They protecting us.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, exactly. We can't. Just because they police, we can't get mad at them because they got some good heart. I know some police officers. Exactly. I feel sorry for them. They go see people getting with necks cut off and all that. They go through mentally, emotionally, and physically things. But I'm talking about that little one that look like me. That's talking. He my friend. He done started this shit because the other police officers is nice. But him talking, and then girl, he gonna do a handshake like that. Let me show you. He gonna talk, do like that. I'm like, what the fuck? Like we cool and shit. Don't nobody in the hood do that. Girl. He just wanted to make sure, that's how they always do. They make sure they are friends. It's okay. Let them be out here. It's okay. No, fuck that. That's not cool. No, it's okay. That's how we do it. It ain't even 11 o'clock, and that's why I got them on live. Right. We can't have fun downtown. We can't have fun in the hood. Black people my color. I'm black too. It's sad. I feel so sorry for us. I'm serious. I'm serious. And then they gonna go and make a new law, whatever it is, to go against whatever we do. If we goddamn it start climbing trees, they're gonna go pass the law. We can't climb trees unless we go to jail. Anything we do, they make the laws to stop us. Allegedly, that's what I believe.
Y'all for the protection, but we don't need y'all though.
I'm blessing you. Come on, come over here. No, you be quiet. Peace be still. You serving no purpose, and you know I talk. You serving no purpose. Well, go talk. Go talk. I'm sorry. You grown.
They own neighborhoods to do that.
No, they don't.
Look, they started pointing at people and shit.
They can, Joe. They can point. I want the world to see. I want the world to see. And they wonder why Chicago's so bad. It ain't the fact that we ain't so bad when we try to have fun. We get penalized, and then when we at war, they sit back and they happy because guess what?
They want to go home.
They
want to
go
home.
They see opportunity.
They get home, they families tonight.
Not all, but majority.
Fuck out of here.
This they do. This they do. This been, I'm 51 years old. What's up, baby? How you feeling?
You don't even know whose son I am, do you?
Yes, you Dave Wayne, so you look just like it.
They ass Mexicans. Mexicans and push.
Yeah. Y'all, when they start taking out the billy club, we gonna all just call Jesus, okay?
Yeah.
Cause like how they did to beat us with the billy clubs the last time.
Yeah.
When we walking out to listen to them. But then we tell somebody, I remember that time they had OPS and they did all this stuff and you go tell them, they all work together, allegedly. Allegedly. Now they got a different name.
Y'all bitches gonna be looking for Section 8.
Man, who can we tell?
Fucking with me.
Who can we tell? And they got the world thinking that black folks is so ignorant and naive and they ain't got no control. We ain't got no outage over in the hood. We need some help. Look at flashing light. He just doing that. That's the second time doing it. He ain't gonna get enough from me. I'm just showing y'all what they do. It's so easy. That's why I said humble ourselves, y'all. For the ones that know me, if you don't know me, humble yourself. Because this they do provoke us. This they do. And then y'all already know they pass laws so they can kill us. Allegedly. It's something similar to that. Y'all know ain't all that smart, so y'all know what I'm talking. Put 2 and 2 together. Put 2 and 2 together. So y'all humble yourselves. Let them be right. Just take out y'all phones. Take out your proof. A judge told me a long time ago, photos mean everything. Take out y'all videos. It's free. That's more powerful than any word could say. See, they looking at me. They probably ready to tackle me, y'all. I'm just gonna lay on the ground. I ain't gonna let them say, look, y'all ain't gotta beat me up. I'm just all the way on the ground. Look, I give. Y'all won. I'm throwing the red, the white, the blue, purple, or whatever flag it was. Whatever it is, I give. I surrender. No, they won. Soon they come toward me, y'all. They coming. Y'all see me turn off the phone. Y'all know. I'm done. They won. They ain't gonna put no black eye on my ass. I'm 51. I might not heal. But then, guess what? If they take my life, it's okay. I ain't got to worry about human ways no more. So I'm okay.
I love you.
I love you more.
Yeah, we still out here somewhere. We just.
I know. It's so. I already know. Peace be still. Keep it peaceful for me, okay? Thank you, baby. Yeah, they ready to kill us, y'all. They got a new law. They kill us and we look like we got a gun. Or some shit like that. Y'all know. Put it together. But believe me. Y'all know.
606.
No justice, no peace. And my daughter left from this hood because this the only way we can have it. And our hood, we can't party. So she go to a good hood. And that's why I spoke out to people like our hoods. Be careful everywhere you go. Oh, I forgot I was supposed to say everything okay. I'm sorry. Everything is settled. I'm sorry. I was supposed to say that. I'm sorry. That's what it is, y'all. That's what it is. Exactly what it is. Sorry. Look at look that snake in that grass. Yes, I'm good. Sure. Yes, I'm good. I just want people to see what they do to us. You see what I'm saying? We at peace. We ain't doing nothing. They ain't even 11 o'clock yet. Exactly. They telling us to go home. They wrote tickets on cars. We just get abused. We ain't got nobody to help us. Hey, baby, I'm sorry, baby. I'm sorry. Hey, how y'all feeling? I'm sorry. I'm just recording. This y'all family member, that bald head guy. He gonna talk. He mine. Oh, he gonna talk. I know I ain't never seen a nigga day in my life. Girl, he gonna do handshake like this. He gonna do like this. He gonna say, this how we do it. I'm looking like, nigga, we start doing that. And guess what? It was a girl back there taking in her groceries. I caught him twisting up her arm. I'm like, I knew you was gonna be the first one to do this. You saw these young people, you provoking this woman taking up her girl, you twisting up her fucking arm. Yeah, then he talk. I said, I knew you was gonna be the first one. Then he talk, he our friend. Look at this cute cook. Sweet Jesus. Help me, Lord Jesus. Give me the strength, Lord Jesus. Help me, Lord Jesus. Ooh, the devil trying to pull it up out me, Lord Jesus. Ooh, sweet Jesus. Man. That's what they took down speaker. Yeah. Where's that?
They got it.
I'm finna ask them. Hold on. Excuse me, can y'all give me my speaker back? Excuse me. You said that you was gonna be for that. They took my speaker. Okay. That's not fair. It ain't even 11 o'clock. But I believe y'all words. I knew. Don't believe him. I don't know him. If he told you that lie, don't believe him. He lied. I never met that man dead in his life. Anybody can say anything. He a liar. Oh, they choked you up too?
They grabbed me up and took the speaker. They took it from me.
It's okay. Stay by me. Don't even argue with. That's they want. They want to choke y'all up. They hit me with a billy club. Sometimes you got to take a lick. That's what you got to do when you be the color like me.
It's all your
we always got to be wrong. We got to apologize even when we right.
What's going on out here? Why you out here? Don't worry about it. Let me call.
See, it's funny to them.
Let me call Jaja. Jaja Nisha out here. And she's talking to the police officer.
I wish I would have came to y'all when I showed y'all how these people talk, but they are friends. They ain't not friends. I think they hate us. People in my color. I'm sorry, y'all. I tried to hold it in. It is a total big difference when you dark skinned. I'm dark skinned, so I can tell you from firsthand. No matter how humble you can be, but keep being humble. Keep being humble. Keep being humble. Oh Lord, here they go again. See, look, there's too many of us coming in the street. There they go. There they go. That sound. Look at it. Look at it. Oh Lord, here they go. Now they go probably call a different code saying we trying to do something. Look, here you go. Hold on. They making a song for us. Thank y'all for y'all time, but I need y'all. Because we ain't got no help here in Chicago. Ain't one. Hey y'all stay over here. Don't come up. Hey y'all, do me a favor. I'm finna walk back. They just got it blocked out down there. That's it. They ain't doing nothing. They just stopping anybody. So they stopped this time, but hopefully somebody come, some sponsors come and help me build a place to help my peoples. For real. Somebody that's so unbiased. People from the neighborhoods coming out here. Everybody want to see unity. Every young, old, it don't matter. It ain't no fun up in this neighborhood. Everybody look forward to this day. See, they ain't doing nothing. Everybody kicking it. They can't look at what went on or whatever. You can't start from the point to where can we begin. These young folks, they said there ain't no control over young folks. I come out here on purpose. These young folks, they decide. And I hear them, and I come. They said ain't no peace. Look at all these young folks out here, y'all. They said ain't no peace and ain't no control. Everybody needs, sometimes you got to take people by the hand and show them the way. These grown adults, young, ain't nobody perfect. Somebody show them not only when they get jobs, because I've been young and had jobs, and people treat you a certain kind of way. No, give them the opportunity. They can be helped. They waiting. They ready. But they need somebody to treat them like a human. It's okay. Don't trip, y'all. Don't trip. Y'all go on y'all live. Don't argue. But I understand. Relax them. I'm telling y'all. Go on y'all live. Don't even argue with it today. Let them have it.
No, bro. Where my water, bro?
Thank y'all for y'all time. Hey, baby Case, how you feeling? Thank you, baby.
How you doing?
I'm blessed in you. How you feeling? Period, boo. See, God is so good. He be like, peace be still. I don't worry about nobody but except these people that say they my friends. Because at the end, they the ones beating people with billy clubs and all that. But they got license to do it. It's okay. Now they got license to kill legend. I don't know. Let me stop thinking out loud. Hey, mommy. Hey, y'all look too pretty.
Hey, you just see you right here.
Y'all right here. I just walked to the back. Because they got on, they ready. And I don't want them to beat nobody with no billy club like how they hit me on my elbow with a billy club. Oh, Lord. Look. There go the stick. Oh, Lord Jesus. Here you go. Look at that boy there. Look, I'm sorry. Oh, here you go. Oh, Lord. Come on, y'all. Don't argue with it. Just turn on y'all lights. Don't argue. Just turn on y'all lights. Oh, Lord. When he get the movie, y'all know that man got something up his sleeve. But he our friend. Don't forget that. He the very one. He did a special kind of handshake. But I knew he was going to be the very one. Look, he leading the pack. Look at him. I knew he was going to be the very one. Excuse me, baby. Sorry. Excuse me.
Y'all gotta
do that shit. It's okay. Don't argue with him, y'all. Don't say nothing to him. Turn on y'all lights. Do that for me. Do that. I hope they ain't going to beat up nobody, y'all. I'm just making sure these kids safe as well. They safe. Oh, Lord, they opened up the patio doors. I mean, the police wagon doors. Oh, Lord, there they go. They did that to me when I was 16. This PTSD, I think. Because I know what they on. Hold on, let me go see who the they on down here first. Let me go see. Hold on, here they come. There's some more kids down here. Oh, no, I ain't going to get up in their way. But there you go. When that one right there get the moving, baby. Hold on, let me stand back so they can't stay. I got something to do with it. Make sure ain't no babies over there. They can lock them up. This is my baby golden birthday. It's my baby golden birthday. I don't know what they on. Hey, buddy. Thank you.
Give me one.
I'm blessed. How you feeling, baby? Thank you. That's good. Oh, Lord. They say y'all can't go that way. I know it's a public street, but guess what? You my color. It's a totally different law with us. It's a totally different law. And then guess what? If we don't abide by their rules, they got a law to get shoot us. Hold on. Don't go. He ready. Papa ready. Go around the other way. Let that man be right. Because, see, when y'all my colors, y'all got rules. We can't go that way, and we can't go that way. Look, y'all, it ain't even 11 o'clock. So that means they ready to start whooping our ass. Hold on. Hold on, y'all. It's that time. Look at it. Look at it. Look at it. Look, it's that time. Hold on. Hold on. Oh, Lord. Y'all, get back. Get back. Get back. Get back. Get back. Come on, Lamar. Lamar, I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. Trust me. Man, you move back. I don't want them to have no reason, especially him. That's him. Him. It ain't 11 o'clock yet. So what time do we have a curfew? No, don't even say nothing to him. We ain't even got no curfew.
Thank you guys. Yeah, just gotta go this way. Thank you for coming.
So hold on. Do we gotta go in the house? Do we have to go in the house? Oh, what time is our curfew, sir? Hold on. Excuse me, Lamar. Move back. I want to get in his face. So we got to go. Don't. Look.
Just keep
Be quiet.
Okay.
Please don't do that.
There you go. Nobody
Please.
don't touch you. Your car's already
Hold on. You say what, baby? Your car down there. Oh, they can't. Y'all see? Hold on. You say your car down there and you can't go down there?
No. You can go down and get your car, but wait over there.
I told y'all when that man come.
Thank you guys for coming. We appreciate it. Thank you guys.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate you, King. And see, we got to go in the house. We got curfew and we ain't did nothing.
Let's go, guys. Come on.
Hold on. Where we got to go? Hold on. Where we got to go? No, she stay right there. No, don't touch her. Let me record this. Let me record this. So, Sebastian, you say you can't go in the house. Hold on, let me get you on camera. They say you can't go right across the street in the house.
Let's break this up. Come on, you guys. Let's go.
Break what up? So could we go in the park? Could we go in the park? What is a legal large gathering? No, they don't have permits over there up on Cermak, do they? Or on 55th and Western, but do they have permits over there where all their playing soccer? Okay, well, exactly. They need to make that permanent all the way around, only except in our commercial. And you the very one did that handshake and said you was our friend.
I can't do the lawless.
What's your name, Uncle? What's your name, Tom? No, you did not. You lied. Your name, so your name not Uncle Tom? No, it's not. No, it's not. Uncle Tom. Uncle Tom. That's his name. Uncle Tom.
We're going this way.
Sir, I did not touch you. Could you please not touch us no more? Hold on. Come on. Just let them talk. Freedom of speech. Freedom of speech. Freedom of speech. Y'all, come on, move so they can't touch y'all like how I got touched by several police officers. I love you.
You walk that way for me?
Yes, I will, sir. Yes,
I love your shoes, by the way.
Thank you.
Thank you. You matching nicely.
Thank you. Yeah, come on. Come on, Jordan. You are. I love your attitude. Stay like I use. Don't turn. Come on. Nah, they ain't gonna touch me. 20, you turn around. Jazz, get 20. Take 20 home.
Thank you.
20 going now. They ready to lock us up. Look at these police.
Ma'am, this way, please. Walk this way, right over here.
Hold on.
I know. Love your outfit. Go ahead, keep going. Thank you so much. You have a great day. Watch your back.
Look, y'all see him? Y'all see him?
Thank you, ma'am. Go ahead.
He pushing. This is stop. He touching me too. Y'all see him touching now, moving. They can't tell me how fast that I can move.
You can walk this way. Okay?
I am moving. I am.
You can walk a little faster.
They ready. I told y'all they finna beat me up. No, you cannot tell me how I work. I'm 51. I'm
You have
older
a
than
nice
you.
day. Yes,
No, 20. I need you to move for me.
Older than me, but you older than me.
I need you to move for me. I need you to move for me. I need
Thank
you
you, man.
to.
You have a good day. Have a nice day. Thank you, man. Have a good night. Be safe. Make sure you tap.
Nope, I'm not.
Let's go.
Here go this snake again. Alleged snake. We in the park. We can't stay in the park. We can't do nothing. can't stand on our porches. They got something to say. And where did they say slavery went? It ain't went nowhere. Y'all fucking peoples wake up. Stop going against each other. We doomed if we won't unite in peace. Because they want something to say. This force is higher because of us. If we could all get along in peace and unite as one, we would be awesome. We would be unstoppable. We are chosen. Thank you for the I'm sorry, you look so pretty. You're welcome, baby. Thank you. You see that? I said, we just gonna put on our cameras and show what they do. These kids ain't doing nothing. Yeah, no reason. These kids are in the park. They can't dance on the park. They can't be out here. They can't do nothing. They got that camera down there. Hold on, let me make sure they see that camera. They got this camera down here. They didn't have it all other years. I was grateful for that. I was grateful to even see them. But now I see they ain't never changed. They all on the same thing. See over there somewhere in the park. Because the world see how they do us. This is embarrassing. But this is what black folks always go through. This ain't just started. I used to be embarrassed to show how we get treated. I grew up like this. We don't know if the police for us or against us. Y'all say we want to be friends. I talked to the commander. I said this will be a great start. But for y'all to come and do the same thing, how dare y'all? But God bless y'all. Because judge ye not or you will be judged. Y'all got to answer to God. Peace.
Okay, people, you guys give me a moment. We're going to watch the you guys give me a moment. We're going to watch the second part of what she we're going to watch the second part of what she has done. So I'm going to stop sharing that. We're going to go to the second part. Now, she did say share their lives, so I'm sharing their lives. You know, I'm not going to go all the way back to the beginning, but I am going to go from where we just left off at and things. So she's got some good videos. She's got a damn good she's got a damn good phone. Well, we're gonna watch the second part to this, people. So let me go ahead and share my screen on this. Let me share my screen up on this, peoples. So, okay. Share my screen. Now let's enlarge it. Now let's go ahead and finish watching the second part to this. Let's go.
Part 2 of the harassment. Here we go. They come down here, the kids that ain't nowhere to move. Here they go down here again. Y'all, I apologize for anybody that wanted to come. Because these police lied to me and said that they was our friends and they only want to protect us. When the only thing they want to do the same thing. It don't matter which one coming off, because they all do the same thing. Look. Look. We done moved down. Look at it. Okay. Hold on. I'm right. This is public property. I'm not messing with nobody. Yeah, public property. This public property. It's okay now. That's they want. That's they want. Don't get to it. This is the part. This is public property. This is public property. What's up, baby? Hey, baby. My bad. All the people he lied, say he was cool with us. They're liars. That's all politics do. Just lie. Act like they care about us. We ain't nothing but a fucking number to them. A legend. And excuse my French. We ain't nothing but a number. That's why we don't vote. Because we feel like no matter what we say, we ain't being heard. We is nothing to them. Only time we be special to them is when they want to vote. Or want something, then they act like they like us until they get our votes, and then we become nothing and we get treated like this in the end. I try to vote every time, and no matter, since I was 18 years old. And what have it's gotten us? Look, they just, oh Lord, they open up the patio, y'all. Look, y'all, look. They ain't doing nothing. It ain't even 11 o'clock. At 11, yeah, I'm gonna go, because the park is closed then. He's a very one. Get out of the street. They say get out the street. They trying to find somewhere to go. They done blocked off all the streets from all the way back. The police blocked them off because they ain't letting nobody come over here. So they putting on this music because they this noise because they think it's gonna stop me. I know somebody hear me. We need some help once again. I see why a rich person I have as much chance as a camel through the eye of a needle to get to heaven. Because y'all ass forgot how to be normal. Y'all ass, the average one of them is evil as hell. Y'all ass forgot about his people. God say help his people. It took his people to help y'all to get where y'all was. Don't forget where y'all came from. We need some help. Invest in these properties. Okay, things happen. But if God stay angry at us, as long as y'all stay angry at us, then what? Think about when y'all was young. It's some help. If these kids able to listen to one little old me, I'm just a nobody trying to tell somebody. What you think? If it be a lot of more me's, I here to help me. This man just came out the house, getting in the car, and now, oh, okay, they let him go. They ain't arresting him. Look at Clown. Clown, the main one. Look at Clown. Get out of his damn face! Move! Don't never laugh in his face. Snake. Snake. Go back. Go back. Snake. Here's Snake. Here's Snake, y'all. Don't go by him. Go right there. How the black folks part is in. Peace. Everybody came in peace. I know whatever happened, it always happened everywhere. But when can we give up? How we know when that they'll change if we don't never give them an opportunity? We study hold over the head what happened before or throughout life. These young kids, we all make mistakes. We all do fuck-ups as growing up. Rich, poor, it don't matter. Y'all need to remember who y'all is. Oh Lord, here go the snake crew. I'm sorry. They ain't snakes. They human. Trying to make a living. But it's some of them that's being snakes out here. Hold on, I gotta make sure. I see some every time I see a cry. I gotta make sure they ain't beating up on nobody. Hey, baby, how you beautiful? I'm out here making sure these kids don't get beat up. But they doing this for nothing. Them kids weren't doing nothing. We don't play that shit. I'm sorry. Where we going? Don't be pushing me. I hope you got your body camera. He pushing me. I'm not gonna take this long. Hey, keep it going. Don't push me. I'm sorry, he pushing me.
I don't remember. You gotta keep moving.
Let me see his badge number. He pushing me.
Let's go. Come on. Let's go. Let's go.
Don't touch me. I'm not touching you. I'm moving. Look, I'm moving.
You gotta keep walking.
Look, I am. But he was pushing me. That's how the other police officer. I'm moving.
Guys, gotta keep walking once. Let's go.
Your police officer pushed me for no reason. He's starting stuff. But where we going? Y'all go in the park. Let's go in the park. It's public parking.
Hey. Come on, please.
We slaves. We still in slavery. This is slaves. Black folks are still in slavery. People my color, I take that back. They're still in slaves. We can't, it ain't even 11 o'clock yet. Can't even go in the park. But I just saw them playing soccer in the park.
We're not never going in the house for the Luca. We're not never going in the house.
No, we can, after 11 o'clock, we can go. You know what I'm saying?
We're not going
in
in
the park. I know, but we our color. That we doing a lot to these people. And I hate to say it, but it's the truth. Yeah, I hate to say it. I already know that, but they go, that's how they did, I believe that's how they did Larry Hoover. They just, like how they did me, they say all this stuff and all that stuff. They're going to make anybody with sense, they're going to make you a gang representative, going to put you in the book, they're going to classify you there, and then FBI gonna get up in it. They're gonna start investigating. Guess what? Then you're gonna get locked up for life. That's how they do. And they still walking peaceful. They ain't giving these people nothing to say. Now they walking. Now they can't go in the park. Now they can't come over in the park. We ain't got no justice. We ain't got no help. Do anybody care? That's how they do in Chicago, y'all. It look pretty. But people that live in Chicago can't enjoy Chicago. We get judged 9 times out of 10. Yes, some of them got specials. But if you from the hood, you just a number. 99.9.5% of the time. Unless you know somebody. And why, of course, if you say you come from the hood, you ain't get did like that, but you knew somebody. But if you don't know nobody, you lost. I love y'all. I'm gonna save my battery just in case. So far, They ain't doing nothing but just telling us what to do. Look, they even in the park of cars. It's sick. Sick. You can't even walk in the park. Now I'm standing right here. See, I'm in Douglas Park. Right. Show you how much. That's so close to slavery I am. Watch this. I keep seeing you. I am walking. I'm walking. You see, I'm walking. I'm walking, sir. Y'all see that? We came over in the car just to do whatever to me. I just want to prove to y'all how they do us. No matter how grown you get, you're still a kid. You're still a slave. If you look like me. Don't get it twisted. Just because they give you looks in yours, that shit still exists. And that's why my baby gone. Because she was my car. And it was people like them. People like them. Because I'm moving. I got to move fast. They tell you how fast you got to walk. They tell you you can't do this. You can't do that. It ain't even 11 o'clock. But guess what? People going to come tomorrow and going to have that marathon in our parks and going to be able to do whatever they can in our neighborhood and enjoy our neighborhood. And we can't even enjoy our own neighborhood. We're going to make that shit make sense. The Wallapaloozas come along. They can enjoy our neighborhoods when we can't enjoy our neighborhoods. We got to be scared to come outside. Whether you're innocent, you're guilty. Whether you're doing nothing, you're guilty. Where do we have a land? In America is a land of freedom. That's a lie. It ain't no land of freedom. And it ain't never been. At 16 years old, I was throwing a paddy wagon like this just for hanging out. They teach us how to go against each other. They taught us. They taught us. For no reason. And they told us if we get caught hanging out again, we was going to get locked up. Now they trying it all over again at 51 years old. They did this. Look at this one right here. He got cameras. He got something. But now the police over there, I'm scared to go back over there. Guess what? He just going to have to beat me up today because them babies over there, they going home. We got to walk away from my house. We got to walk away from my house. I got to walk away from my car because they told me police orders. But y'all the righteous ones. Send people to jail, free people, innocent people for no reason. God, we need your help. Heavenly Father, I ask you in the mighty name of Jesus. Help us. Help us. You hear me, Daddy? I'm tired of this. We tired. Now I'm finna go back down this way because my car is... Oh, I'm disordering them, but I got to get home. We got to get home. This is a setup. Okay, if y'all see, whatever. Sorry, y'all, for telling the truth.
All right, peoples. I didn't know that it had stopped, so we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna look at the next video that she had did and stuff. Now my thing is this, peoples. You're gonna feel whatever you feel about her and what's going on here. You're gonna feel whatever you feel about her and what's going on, but it is what it is, and that's what it is. And so I ain't trying to take away nothing from nobody. You have your own thoughts, you have your own views, you have your own opinion and stuff, and I have mine. And you're going to say what you need to say, and I'm going to say what I need to say. And we can just keep it like that. You don't have to agree, and I'm not asking you to agree with anything that I'm saying. Everybody has an opinion. But I just go live, and I just speak my opinion. I just speak about what I feel in things. And my views is not predicated upon what you think. So I just want to make that clear, Now TM, she went on and they had some things going on and whatnot at this place. I said I wasn't going to talk about Kenneka tonight, but when I got this post on my phone, I said, well, shoots, man, ain't no way I'm not going to not talk about this. So let me go over here and sit on and talk about this thing. So, and that's exactly what I did, peoples. That's exactly what I did. So, yeah, we're going to watch this last live, peoples. And then after we watch this last live, we're going to go and get back into that what we were watching beforehand. But this is the last live that she did. And so they arrested a lot of people. And see, the thing is, people, this is what I don't get. This is what I don't understand. They've already told you to leave. You don't want to leave, but you still want to stand up here and you want to just think that you're all bad and stuff, and you want to do things and you want to push them. So now Chicago PD has they have a job to do, and that is to try to keep the peace. Now, you may not agree with it, but they have a job to do, just like you have a job to do. Your job is to obey the law. Their job is to enforce the law. Point blank. Now, if you don't like that, would then become a police officer. Or if you don't like that, would then go to City Hall and go to all of the meetings and then tell the people in charge that you put in charge to change the laws if you don't like the laws. It is what it is. Now, everybody has a job to do. And whether you like the police department in enforcing that of what they are trying to do, well then, I mean, that's your opinion. That's your prerogative. You have every right to speak up on that. You have every right to speak up on that. Carla Henry said Teresa wants to start trouble. Well, maybe she do want to start trouble. Maybe she do. But that's even her prerogative to start trouble. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I'm not here to take up for nobody. I'm here just to go ahead and express about the system and how the system is screwing everybody over. And you guys have to be engaged. You guys have to learn and understand and then respect. You got to respect the system, but there's ways to fight the system without having to be all ignorant and niggerish and coming off all, like that and whatnot. Now, TM wanted the thing to commemorate the death of Kenneka, okay, and so she did that. But there is laws that she has to abide by, as well as everybody else who's attending has to abide by. And there's a thing called unlawful assembly. Now, when it gets to, 1,000 or more people or whatever and stuff, it becomes a hazard. Now you got people who standing out in the middle of the streets, people who are just trying to get home and stuff. So you got people who's blocking traffic and, doing that and then the other and stuff. And then just like when the people have concerts in the park and things, they have to pay for permits. They have to pay for licenses and stuff. They have to pay for all of that stuff, so they can be able to be insured just in case somebody get hurt and whatnot. There's rules for everything, and everybody has to follow the rules. It's just the bottom line. Now, I get it that everybody wants to gather around and they don't have stuff for the people to hang out with and things like that. Well, whose fault is that? Is it the system's fault? Or if it's your fault for not telling the people who you put in charge, hey, this is what we need. Y'all allow these people to get voted in, or you vote them in, and then they go ahead and they do whatever they want to do. Now you want to sit back and you want to open up your mouth about everything that's not happening. You need to get engaged. You can change the system if you want to change the system. But getting out there acting black and acting like a nigga ain't going to change the system. You got to engage peoples. And you got to change that mindset and stuff. Because trying to fight up against the men in blue in the manner to what you guys are doing is not going to work. You got to change that mindset. You got to change those behaviors. You got to change that dialect, that tongue. Because all it's going to do is get you back in the back of a paddy wagon. And now you're going to have charge up on against you. You're going to have a criminal record. And with a criminal record, you can't get a job. You can't get a job. Now you're going to resort to stealing and doing all of this stuff. That's what the system is designed for, peoples. It is designed to keep you bound. It is designed to lock you up. Now, when the police say move, you move. You can protest, you can scream and holler and stuff, but still move while you're doing it. Don't be provocative and provocate a situation to where it's now you're going to be in shackles. Now, Teresa Martin wanted to have something for Kenneka. That was fine. But she could have went down there and she could have did a permit to where, okay, well, at this certain time, this is what we're going to have. She's got money. She could have did it. She could have rented she could have rented a space to where all of these people could have came in and stuff. So you got to look at it at both sides, peoples, You got to look at it at the men in blue, and then you got to look at it for the people who's out there just want to have fun and things. But then you got to look at the overall picture. You got a lot of crazies out there in Chicago that does, unhinged madness. And so it's just only for their protection. What if somebody saw another member from another gang and stuff and then getting shooting and stuff? Bullets start to fly, body starts to fall down. Who are you going to blame? If you get shot or your loved one end up getting shot and dying and stuff, who are you going to blame? See, thank God that all of this stuff ended peacefully and things. But what if it didn't? What if they came out shooting and this and that and the other? And what is TM talking about? She needs help. You got all of the help in the world, Mel. You got the money. You got paid. You don't have to live in that area no more. I get it. Your daughter died and stuff. You didn't want to tell us much of anything, but you knew how she died. And this is why I continue to keep doing my lives. Because, see, the thing is, people, I'm not pro Teresa Martin. I'm not pro Teresa Martin. I don't indulge and engage in everything that she does and stuff. And I don't agree with everything that she does. And that's the conflict that many of you have. Because I don't look in my eyes and in my lens. Yeah, she's from Chicago. I'm not from Chicago. She's from Chicago. She's from the streets. I'm not from the streets. She's out there. She knows the lifestyle. She knows the dialect. She knows how to move. I don't know how to do all of that because that's not my element. But it's not going to stop me from rendering my opinion when it comes down to her. And I'm never going to look at it in nobody else's lenses other than mine. And if that hurts you or affects you, well, who gives two rats' asses? Because I'm always going to be here and I'm always going to shoot my shot. When it comes down to her, when it comes down to the Kenneka Jenkins case, when it comes down to all of this stuff, I got my opinion and I'm going to render my opinion, whether you like it or not, whether you're tired of hearing it or not. If you're tired of hearing me talk about the Kenneka Jenkins case, well, goddamn it, you ain't even got to watch my live. Turn the shit. Turn it off. Go watch somebody else. But as long as I got breath, I'm always going to have an opinion and talk about this case. Now you say, let this girl rest. I'm not letting her ass rest. You go rest. Take your ass onto bed and rest. Peoples, you don't like whatever Joseph does. You ain't got to watch me. I don't give two rats' asses. Frankly, I don't give a fuck, tell you the truth. But at the end of the day, peoples, you know, it is what it is. It is what it is, and that's what it is. I mean, you know, everybody has their comments, everybody has their views, everybody has their opinions when it comes down to this case. You know, everybody. And everybody is not going to see it the same way. I get it. I understand it. That's why I always open up my chat for everybody to come and express their opinion and things. But see, people can't do that respectfully. They all the time want to come in with bullshit and nonsense. All the time want to come in and want to harp on you just because I have an opinion. And then that's what gets your ass blocked forever, for all eternity. Because you coming in with that fuck shit, with that stupid shit. I ain't got time for that, peoples. I don't have time for that, peoples. And I really don't give a two rats' asses of what you think, what you believe, or what you feel. Now, I'm happy that TM put a tombstone on Kenneka's grave. I talked about that for years. Maybe she got tired of me talking about it and she finally did it. But it's still not going to change my point of view about her. And I'm still going to vocally express my opinion about her. But in this instance, I've always got to give credit to where credit is due. She wanted to commemorate Kenneka's life. I get it. I understand it. And I applaud her for her efforts and things. For having this thing out and having the people come out to commemorate Kenneka's life and legacy and things. Okay. Teresa Martin, I give you kudos, ma'am. I give you kudos because, you know, you did something that I never thought that you would do. You put a tombstone on her grave. You did that. You did that. I give you kudos for that. And that shit looks so goddamn good. It's beautiful. And she paid good money for it. Okay. Okay. And so now what else do you want, people? What else do you want me to say? What else do you want me to do? You know? What else do you want me to do? I gave her kudos. That's about all I can do. And that's about all I am going to do, peoples. Just because you got a tombstone on the grave ain't going to stop me from talking about this case. Do you understand what I'm saying? It's not going to have me stop talking about the case. Where is Lenora? Where's Monifa? Where's Shamaya? Where's Irene? Where's Bree? Now I seen Monifa. She posted about Kenneka, but I didn't see her out there. I didn't see them by TM. I didn't see Lenora by TM. I didn't see Lenora's kids by TM. Where's Jedediah? Where's all of these people who had been there, who had walked the pavement with TM at the time to when the protest was going on? Where's these people at? I mean, and then I just seen Irene just do a live and stuff, and she's over there kicking it with some girl or whatever and stuff. So everybody's doing their thing. Where's Shemaya? None of the girls came out there. I didn't see them post on TM's page and say, oh, well, you know, in anything. I mean, everybody is going their separate ways. And everybody is commemorating Kenneka in their own unique way. They're not going to do what we think that they should do, peoples. They're not. These girls is grown up and they're living their lives and they're doing what they're doing. And the only thing that they're tied into is with Kenneka. It's with Kenneka. And everybody's got their opinion about them. I know I do. And I know they watch my lives and stuff, but they're not going to say much of nothing. You know, they're never going to mention my name, because if they do, then shit, that makes me famous. So I'm going to still talk about them, whether it be good or whether it be bad. You know, but at the end of the day, they're still going to be back here and they're going to watch my lives. That's just the way that it is. And so, you know, again, I don't know what TM is out there hollering for. She needs help and all like this. Ma'am, you got money. You won the case. You ain't living over there no more. You're doing what you're doing. You got a new car. You got a new house. May got a new boyfriend and stuff. I mean, you know, because when this case was over with Kenneka, James Coleman left. That nigga got paid and he got ghost. You know, I mean, people see, I don't look at just certain things. I look at everything as a whole. When this case was over with, everybody got ghost. Everybody got ghost, peoples. Everybody. And everybody came up. Everybody started getting new clothes and fashions and things like that. I mean, people, did you look at their pages and stuff? Did you look at how they're looking at now and stuff? They got their hair done. They got some nice outfits and things like that. You know, I mean, they're living their life. They're doing what they're doing. They're all the time drinking. They're going to die from cirrhosis of the liver and kidneys if they don't stop. Because all of that drinking that they're doing and stuff is not good for their health. But let me tell it, because I mean, hey, I know a lot of people who drink, and when they got a little older, it came back up on them. So people, you guys can sit around here, drink and smoke and do all of that stuff if you want to, but it's going to come a time it's going to catch up with you. So my best advice to you now is to stop now while you can, because when you get older, you're going to have problems. Mark my words. Mark my words. And just maybe recreational or whatever, but still, I'm telling you for what I know. I didn't live for all of these many years and not see it for myself. You keep doing the stuff, you're going to die from it. You're going to die. You're going to die from it. So it's best now, while you have an opportunity, to stop it, change it, and then be done and live life, live wholesome life and stuff. But if you keep on doing that stuff, at some point in time in life, it's going to catch up with you and it's going to take you out of here. Mark my words, because I lived long enough to see many people who I knew personally died, all for drinking, smoking, and doing drugs. The body wasn't designed to accept all of that madness. And while you continue to keep filling your body up with all of that madness, well then, you're going to die from it at some point in time. You're going to have complications. You're going to die. You may think it's cute. You may think it's cool right now. But at some point in time, if the good Lord allows you to live in your golden years and stuff, you will have complications. You will. Because it just doesn't, it builds up over time. And all of this time that you keep on doing that stuff, You're going to have complications. It's going to take you out of here. So don't be under no man's hand. Don't allow nobody to give you stuff. It may feel good right now. You know, it may feel good. Look at Elon Musk. That man was doing drugs while he was in the White House. He was doing illegal drugs while he was with the president of the United States. And that man had to walk around with a diaper because it was messing up his urine tract. He was wearing a diaper, but doing some hard narcotics while he was with the president. You don't believe me? Go watch the news, people. So I was just reading that, listening to that today. And that's why President T had to get his ass out. You're over here and you're doing strong illicit drugs and stuff while you're with me in the White House. Now, you guys want to sit around here and talk about Diddy and beating up on women and this and that and the other. Well, shit, this is headline news right here. But they tried to play it off. They had to exit this guy real quick, send him off. But the bad thing about it is the sucker admitted it. That's the bad thing. Now you think that he's going to get prosecuted? Hell to the no, because money talks and people walk. And so President T, whether you like it or not, is going to vindicate Diddy. There was a live that I was watching today, peoples, and they had Diddy and President T all the time. They were hooked up with each other. And so he's entertaining the notion that he may pardon Diddy, but he has to look at the facts and things. Diddy, if you ever think that that man is going to prison, you better think again, people, because that boy got so much evidence upon a lot of people. A lot of people. He ain't going nowhere but going home. Mark my words. Now, it's a lot of these YouTubers that talk about this Diddy case and stuff there. And now I see where they are. Ticket in what's that girl's name? Tisha Tells. And then his ex-bodyguard, Gene Deal. These niggas want this guy to go to jail. But let me tell Ticket, let me tell Tisha Tells, and let me tell Gene Deal, it ain't happening. So y'all can get all worked up in your drawers and your panties and stuff, but it ain't happening. Now let me say something about Gene Deal. Gene Deal, man, you sitting up here and you are spilling all of this bullshit and nonsense, but your ass was there. You protected him. You did that. And so whatever you got to say, sucker, you were in the midst of it. You had saw this shit with your own eyes and you heard it with your own ears. You stupid. And you want to sit up here and try to call yourself the Holy Grail. Nigga, you just like them. You protected the madness. Now you want to go over here and get on all of these different podcasts and stuff and really just downplay this man and stuff. But while he was paying your paycheck, nigga, you didn't see shit and you didn't say shit. So in my book, Gene Deal, you're a sucker. And everybody that likes him, you're a sucker too. Now I said it. Gene Deal is a sucker. He's a lollipop. The one who protected P. Diddy in the madness that he did. He's a sucker. So now take that to the bank, Gene Deal. And what's that girl's name? I talked about her one time on my channel. What is her name? Let me see. Y'all hold on for a moment. Let me share my screen right quick so I can. I know her name is right at the tip of my tongue, but I can't call it up. But let me share my screen. Oh, what is that girl's name? Let me go here right quick, people. So let me go to my channel. I talked about her once on my channel. Let me scroll through. What is her name? Let me scroll through here, people. So, no. Let me see. Let me go back. Let me go. Let me go to my YouTube studio. Let me go to my lives. Talked about her not too long ago. I can't think of her name, but I'll know it when I see it. What is that? Yeah, there it is right there. Jaguar Wright. Jaguar Wright. I did that live. Jaguar Wright, you lied. Jaguar Wright. Now, although Jaguar Wright sat up here and told us all of this stuff about Diddy and what Diddy did and, you know, shit like that and stuff. I mean, okay, whatever, peoples. You know, I said whatever, peoples. But Jaguar Wright ain't no different than what these people have said and done. And so she ain't no saint either. So I'm just like Cat Williams. All of these people are going to hell. Going to hell with no bell. And that's my take upon it. So, Jaguar Wright, Gene Deal, Ticket, and Tisa Tells, you guys are suckers. You're lollipops in my book. All right, people, so let's get back into this. Let's see what TM has to say about all of this madness that's going on. And then after which, we're going to get back into that of what we were talking about when the guys have broke out of prison. Now, that was the inside job. It was an inside job, and it was done to embarrass the sheriff because the sheriff is a black lady. And what I have to say to that black lady is, ma'am, stand up. Stand up. Because, see, the thing is, you were asking for the money to help build that jail, and the powers that be wouldn't give it to you. Now these people have broke out of prison. Now they want to have an scapegoat, and they're trying to blame you. Don't you dare resign. You keep your little fat ass in there and fight like hell. Fight like hell. And let them know that you're not taking these people shit. And if you got any problems, come see me. And I'll be right over there with you. Is that all right, ma'am? All right, peoples. This is the system. This is the system, and this is how the system does, whether you like it or not. And so either you're going to play with the system or are you going to fight up against the system? But either way, this is the system, peoples. Is that all right, peoples? So let's see what the system has to say to the people who just wanted to come outside to play. Let's go.
They locking them up for? What'd he do? What they locking you? What they got you locked up for? Don't argue with him. That's my nephew. Don't say no. You get back. You get back. Crystal, get back. Get back. Get back. What? Don't get up in there. Don't say nothing. Don't say nothing. Don't listen to what they say so they can't try to beat you up and say you was resisting arrest. What they getting locked up for? Look, they locking them up for nothing. That's how they did us when we 16 years old. Told y'all. They go in there humbly. Come back here.
Y'all didn't even tell him what he getting arrested for.
It's okay. They don't even know. They just locked them up. It ain't even 11 o'clock. That's what I'm showing y'all. They locked them up. They can't say they ain't in the park or nothing. Could you, excuse me? Oh, he was, because he stood on the vehicle.
Y'all the one that blocked the street though.
So what they lock you up for?
Excuse me, officer.
What they lock you up for? They just grabbed you for no reason. Oh, that's because I know what you my color. That's why. Don't worry about it. They did that since we was 16. Don't worry about it. They do that all the time. It's just a norm for people like me. It's people that got my skin color. It's a norm for us, y'all. They write them little contact tickets and everything. It's a norm. They want to get it. Don't say no. Don't say no. Don't say no. Come back. Don't argue. Don't argue. That's what they want us to do. Then guess what they gonna do? They gonna give us some more charge. They gonna say try to beat us. These boys, they just grab us for no reason. I know that.
Y'all ain't got no reason to lock him up, gang.
No, they gonna take him anyway. That's what I'm telling them. Don't say no. Don't argue. Don't argue. They locking them up. Don't argue. No. Excuse me. They just locking y'all up for nothing. They gonna try to do all us like that. Y'all, come on, nigga. Come on. They gonna say obstructive of justice. Come over here. I am. You right. Denise, they gonna try to say you obstructed justice. They gonna find some other kind of laws, y'all. Don't go close. Don't go close to them. It's okay. It's okay. They know that. They trying to get us. They're trying to provoke us. They trying to provoke us. They trying to provoke us. But these are friends, and that's why people don't fool with these people. Y'all don't say nothing to him. He gonna have you locked up. Don't you go. Don't you go. He gonna have you locked up, baby. Go on. I wish I would have recorded y'all so y'all could see how cool they was acting like they was to us. They are friends. Ain't nobody did nothing. Look at him. He mad. Devil can't even hide no more. Covered in sheep clothing. Look at him. Devil covered in sheep clothing. He gonna bust hell wide open, all of them. Now watch, I should be out here early in the morning to show y'all how they block out and everybody else that don't live in this neighborhood can have the right to join. They just locking these young boys of my color up for no reason. They don't even know. Look at them, look confused. He don't even know why he getting locked up. They asking him why they locking him up. They ain't even got nothing to say. When he said one of them got on top of the car, even if they got on top of the car. Yeah. Niece.
It was multiple people on the car.
They locked them up for no reason, and that's what they want. Don't argue with them. Don't argue with them. Go back. That's what he want. That's what they want. So I got him on camera. Don't say nothing. Come on. Come back, y'all. Please listen to me. Please. Listen to me. No. They ain't gonna do it. They want to provoke us. That's a provoke. They just locked him up. They say he was on top of the car, but he wasn't. I wish I would have. I probably got him on my record.
Can y'all please just let him go?
They ain't gonna let him go.
This was his bitch car. How y'all gonna lock him up for being on top of his
Yeah,
bitch car?
that's because they wanted to make an example. Come on, let's go. You come on.
Like for real?
That's they want to make an example.
It's not even that serious.
It's okay. Because we having fun. We can't be bad. We can't be fighting. We can't do nothing. That's how they do. This is the only outage we got. It's okay. Don't say nothing to because they're going to say you obstructed justice when you try to talk right. You talk your rights. We get locked up for that because you obstructed justice and you got a case for that. Uncle Tom's. Oh, wow. They locking all the black boys up, y'all. They locking them up for no reason. I'm finna go to the front of the paddy wagon. These the ones they take it to the back for no reason. Look, they just locking these boys up for no reason. Locking them up. Oh, they locking the girl up too? I saw them. They locking them up for no reason. They making examples. Don't argue. Don't talk to them. It ain't nothing y'all can say. It ain't nothing. They just want to get them a record. These some young folks getting a record. But go over there. They playing soccer and softball and everything else.
Why are you leaving?
It ain't no talking. Niece.
Where y'all at?
I talked to her. I gave my heart. And he snaked me. It ain't no snake. Just snake.
Come on, twin. Right here on Christiana and Douglas. Females. Hold on. We just
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They just doing it. It's like y'all just standing and they just locking y'all up. That's what they do, but then they go right on their papers that y'all disordered. They get it away with anything but us. We ain't got no say so. Then you hire these damn lawyers. They act like they care. They don't give a hell about us either. The average one of them. They say, yeah, we gonna get your money. Then you settle. You telling these people something. They telling you they pulling their heart out that they innocent, but they be made to be selling because who did they got on their side? I know he wasn't on no car. That's my little cousin. He wasn't. Exactly. I saw the girls up there, but I ain't gonna tell them it was the girl. They just want to arrest them because they're a new face over here. That's it. That's all they want to do. I want y'all to see. I know I'm trying to sugarcoat how it go. And y'all wonder why Chicago so bad. We got to fix within. And it starts, I know everybody ain't innocent and everybody ain't guilty. It starts from these people right here. The biggest game around the world. But y'all hands is too short to box with God. Y'all need some peace within yourself. And y'all need to know that people, just because they're a little bit dark-skinned, that we still human. And I don't care what nobody say. I don't care. I lived in it. I learned it. And I'm trying to help these young folks. I was once there on these same streets. We didn't have no outages. And we were just standing and chilling in a crowd like this and got locked up for no reason. Then they say, why can't we get along? When we try to get along, instead of them coming out here and doing what they said that they was going to be right here and make sure everybody got along. Y'all blocked off streets. Y'all start talking, pushing, and just lying all over the border. All over the border. Y'all wonder why these young folks mad at y'all and say F12 and F the peoples. Not all y'all, but the whole lot of y'all that's just like us. The whole lot of us that's corrupt, a bad seed or whatever. That's sad. Y'all, peace be still. Peace be still. Thank you, baby. Thank you.
Ain't no police right here. No house right here. We're not doing that. We're not doing that. What we doing? What we doing? What we doing? Y'all all tweaking. Y'all don't run shit. Y'all not gonna fight no little girl. Bitches, you cool? On my brother, your ass tweaking.
You can nick it. You can nick it. It's okay, baby. You too pretty. And no matter if you win or lose, you too fucking pretty. You ain't got time for that. You hear me? We all together. We as one. You beautiful. Stay beautiful. I see you guys. Stay pretty. Okay? Hey, I see you. Hey, I see you. I think I'm Oh, Lord. Here go danger. Lord, let me wrap my phone around in case they finna jump out and lock me up. Hold on. quiet. Let's go. What should we bring to We need an outage, no matter where we go. And maybe we had police that really just be that security or whatever. Serve and protect. Serve and protect. For real. Y'all jobs. When y'all say serve and protect, is that people of my color? See, it might be some little feisty ones. It might be, but it takes some humbleness. Thank you, baby. Some baby. Ain't nobody perfect. And all races get into it every now and then, have a dispute. That don't make us supernaturals. We just like everybody else. The police even got mad at me, pushed me, and told me that was his job. I was walking. I guess I wasn't walking fast enough. Last time he hit me with a billy club. Thank God this time wasn't that doggone stick. I'll take a little push this time. Yeah! He is just as big as
And so there we are, people. That was the end of that live that TM had did and things. I know Irene went live, and Irene was just sitting up here smoking and doing whatever. I don't know if you guys really want to watch Irene's live and all. I can play it real quick if you guys want to watch it and stuff, but. And I know Monifa, she did a little live and things. She had showed something up on her Instagram. I haven't seen Lenora. I haven't seen Lenora. Or anything out there. I haven't seen Irene. I know Irene went live, but she wasn't out there. I haven't seen Bree. Haven't seen a lot of people, but everybody did what they did in their own unique way. So, it is what it is. Hello, Custom Design. How are you, my friend? It's a blessing to see you on tonight. Custom Design said, I see all the regulars found they went back to the coop. Custom Design said so. Justice for Kanika, for real. I don't understand what that means, but okay. So people, let's go ahead and look at and see what Irene had to say real quick, and then we're gonna get back into that of what we were doing, peoples. Now this right here was what TM had did. But let's see what Irene had to say for tonight and things, and then we'll get back to what we were talking about. All right, so let me share my screen, people. Let me share my screen. Let's see what Irene got going on here.
Shallow. I know you. My sister on the face. I want to fish. Hey, Irene. Yeah, I'm gonna start out to our session. Okay. Fix myself up. Wow. Wow. Yes, that's what I said. Hey, Mom. Same shit you did. Wow, I said. You a school girl. Here you go. Let me see. Outside with my girls. Ooh, that girl, where you at? Ooh. We outside, girl. I was in the trenches. Ooh, relax. Look though, ooh, I was right. Look though, I'm gone though. Ooh. Yeah. Ooh, there go Mike right there. I just said it. Look, Mike, y'all said something. You said something. Ooh, ooh, you heard nothing to that big girl. No. No. That shit old though. Stop man. Hold on. Oh, be told. And you like your girlfriend. You like your girlfriend. No, you old baby. You know, that guy yourself. Like no crack. You see this? Bare face. What you doing? No, I said black don't crack. What? Yeah, you see me looking young on this camera. Bare face. What's he talking about? Hello? Baby face. Hello? Bare face. Hello? You know, this last day. Mark, what's up? What you doing? Hello? You sneaking in some good. Ooh! I'm pray for you though. Oh, you want that bitch store now? Yeah. Her sister did that. Her sister be letting. That's Ashley. Yeah, calm down. So freaky back ass. She come in the bathroom now. You want to say get that white off your pants. Calm down. Little peanut. Who that is? Little old. Little rat. Little rat. Stop playing. Who? Ooh. Throwing cheese, should I say? Marvin, shake that ass for Drake. Let's shake that ass for Steve. Always free. Give me a minute. Let me check notes. You gotta take notes. You can't remember. So walk about the back. She told me that's why your ass is low like that. I'm telling you, my shit always like this. I smoke one blunt. That's why I got come to school all the time. Oh, somebody gonna laugh, don't even know it's an inside. I hate relationships. Hold on. You just got doing something. You just got there doing something. Bent like you got bent like Shamar. What motherfucker playing with your comment? Side tracking. Lord, I'm on the loose and we go get some wood, get some zombies. No, they take gas out for the zombies and then wood chop. Yeah. See what's yesterday. Think you ready to go? I want to make sure we get our music somehow. Hey y'all ain't know shit though. Myron, talk. What the fuck? What's up? What's up? What you doing? You thought I knew all of y'all. Smoke weed. Change the question. They was smoking the biggest wood ever. And they straight to it. That's like that. They smoke fingers all day. Oh my goodness. This ain't small, y'all, for y'all. I think it is. Let me see how you did that. Oh, we finna go eat that. Mimi, you on here? We need that Zabras for their clothes on what? Come on, then. I was thinking my mom's town where they wear the blue smocks. Hey, child, I'm gone. Yeah, I think y'all finna see. Yeah. Believe that.
All right, people. So that was it. That's all Irene had did on her live and things. And so now we're going to get back to our regularly scheduled program, which we were talking about the system. And let's get back to talking about those guys who had broke out of prison, peoples. We're going to get back to that video for those guys who broke out of prison. So I'm going to share the actual live from that. We're going to get back into that. And let's listen in, peoples. But I broke into the live to come and show you that what TM was talking about tonight and stuff. You know, I got the prompt on my phone, but this is what I was talking about. So I want to go right back to this, peoples. Now there's a history behind these guys who broke out of prison, and all of them except for these two had got caught, and for whatever reason. And so now the system wants you to help them get them back. And I'm like, well, I don't agree with them murdering people and stuff, but I mean, as it stands, I don't think that they're going to be going out committing other murders and things, you know, because they want to stay out of prison as long as they can. Because they don't have nothing to lose. I mean, they go back to prison, they're in there for life. So they're not getting out. So they're not going to be as stupid as these other people and walk the streets and things like that. People, you just broke out of prison and you just walk in the streets and things. But see, they had no type of plan when they got out. They had no type of plan. I would have got out of Dodge. I would have got out of Dodge if I was them. But they just stayed within the city and things like that. I would have got out of Dodge, went to a whole new state, kept on their wraps and try to change my name and everything like that. I even went to Mexico and lived with the Padres. But that's no here or there, peoples. They got caught. Now they're looking at more time. But if these guys get caught, they're looking at life. The bottom line, they have nothing to lose. And so it's amazing how these guys can break out of prison in our jail or whatever they were and stuff. And it scares the blue. Now they're going into hiding because these guys is out. Oh, I'm in fear. Well, you wasn't in fear when you got them locked up. Now you in fear now because they out. And then you guys have the district attorney coming on national TV talking about I'm fearful because of the simple fact that these guys is running the streets. Really? All right. Well. Oh boy, people, let's listen in.
Oh, they play a role, and they have played a role, and we have heard it from Sheriff Hudson and her predecessors before her that they have difficulty keeping those positions filled. The pay is relatively low, especially for the work environment, which is very difficult. And that demographic breakdown on gender is true. About 70+% of the employees in the jail itself are female. There's a very high rate of turnover. There's, according to Sheriff Hudson, currently about 40% vacancies. This is even after she was able to get the pay increased beyond the, barely above minimum wage to something closer to $18 an hour. But even at that pay rate, very difficult to keep people in those jobs working in very difficult conditions.
And so, Clancy Dubose said something, our political analyst, that when incidents like these happen, we tend to see some major changes, the call for change. And we know that Attorney General Liz Murrill, along with the District Attorney Jason Williams, walked through the Justice Center and got a firsthand look at some of the deficiencies, that this place has. So, Mike, I think that, as you mentioned, and as Sheriff Susan Hudson mentioned, we may see more arrests and more people who are going to be on suspension as they probe more into this escape. Now, we were initially told some of the inmates may have left the state, but all 5 of those caught since Friday were still in New Orleans. And as Rachel Hanley shows us, some were just down the street from the prison.
Even in the hours before the public knew they were gone, and the days since the jailbreak, none of the 5 inmates caught at this point made it too far. This map shows where each of them were arrested and how far those spots are from the prison. 1 was less than a mile away. 2 more were about 1.5 miles. Then 2 more were in New Orleans East, about 6 miles and 9 miles away. To get a better idea of how far those distances would be on foot or in a car, we retraced the escapees' steps. Of the 5, Robert Moody was found closest to the prison. Starting there, slowing down for midday traffic and road work, it only took 7 minutes to get to 2nd Street and South Galvez. The inmate that was found the quickest was Kendall Miles. We know from crime camera footage that he was walking around the French Quarter as late as 10 a.m. the day of the escape. Getting there from the prison took him through the busiest part of the city. Later that morning, he was found under a car on Royal Street. Finally, Gary Price made it the furthest of the 5. From the prison, it took about 20 minutes to drive to his hiding spot. He was arrested at a vacant house on Good Drive in New Orleans East. Still, even Price was less than 10 miles from the prison. Unfortunately, none of this tells us where the other 5 inmates are. But the fact that all of the ones caught so far were still in the city is a good reminder to stay vigilant. Rachel Handley, WWL Louisiana.
Officials found the first inmate less than 12 hours after that escape. Facial recognition cameras helped Troop NOLA track down Kendall Miles Friday, May 16th in the French Quarter. The technology is a big help, but could it have helped even more? That's a question investigative reporter Mike Pearlstein looked into after claims the footage could have led to a second arrest had it not been for changes at NOPD.
This footage of escaped inmate Kendall Miles came from one of the 200 cameras operated by Project NOLA that is capable of facial recognition, a sophisticated computer program that uses artificial intelligence to identify wanted suspects. A second inmate is seen with him, but Brian Lagarde, director of the nonprofit Project NOLA, said he was not able to immediately notify the nearest NOPD officers.
The NOPD was actually still active with our alerts. There would have been 2 people very likely apprehended that day.
Lagarde said that weeks after behind-the-scenes debate, the police department decided about a month ago to pause its use of Project NOLA's facial recognition technology.
We're still doing it for FBI, DEA, ATF, U.S. Marshals, Louisiana State Police, and other authorities in the area. But no, we're no longer doing it for the NOPD at the request of the NOPD.
Why then did the NOPD unplug?
That's a good question, and I'm hoping you find out the answer to it.
Lagarde isn't the only person who wants answers. City Council member Oliver Thomas chairs the Criminal Justice Committee.
Had no idea that NOPD pulled the plug. That's unfortunate in many cases, especially because it was a tool that was given that the police department said they wanted.
Thomas said the technology would have been especially useful to the NOPD when cameras first spotted Kendall Miles with the other escaped inmate in the French Quarter.
You could have gotten 2 for the picture of 1. That was a missed opportunity. At some point, someone's going to have to explain to me, and I'm sure many others, why was this program paused?
Lagarde said he got around the NOPD ban that day by notifying the state police, but he said the troopers were not nearly as close to that location as NOPD officers. You can't get a hold of NOPD and alert like your officer standing right next to a wanted suspect.
Our radios were taken away.
Mike Pearlstein, WWL, Louisiana.
And an emailed response, NOPD said, quote, Superintendent Ann Kirkpatrick directed the suspension of automated alerts from Project NOLA's facial recognition system once made aware of their use. This decision was made to ensure full compliance with NOPD policy, city ordinance, and constitutional standards. The statement goes on to say the NOPD can still use Project NOLA cameras in other ways, but for now, officers can no longer use real-time facial recognition alerts. We'll be tracking all the fallout from the probe by the state legislative auditor to the suspension of Sheriff Susan Hudson's re-election campaign. Here's another look at the 10 inmates that escaped, including the 5 that have been recaptured in the first 7 days. You can find information on submitting anonymous tips on our website, and the reward has now grown to a total of $20,000 per inmate. Thanks for watching this special edition of the WWL Louisiana News on the first 7 days of the Orleans Parish Jail escape. We're bringing it to you exclusively on WWL Plus. That's where you can watch all of our newscasts live or anytime on demand, as well as special programs just like this one. Just download the WWL Plus app on your television to watch for free.
And so, peoples, there you have it. The system at its finest. The system at its finest, and we went full circle, peoples. You know, sometimes the system works and sometimes it doesn't. And in this case, the system didn't work very well for the people. Now, we've covered about the people who were able to break out the prison. We cover about how the system had treated TM and other people out there on the streets of Chicago. And we covered about how Africa is finally gaining some balls and saying to the West, look, you can't take our goods and then go ahead and continue to keep making money off of it. And so that's what it is, peoples. And so sometimes the system works, sometimes it doesn't. And on that note, peoples, I'm going to get off of here. I am going to go ahead and I am going to get me some rest on tonight. But I'll be back. And I'll be back live with another Edward Joseph Let's Talk Live. And so, you know, I just hope and pray that things go well with TM and Kanika and the things that she wanted to do for her and stuff. I hope and pray that that goes well. You know, hope and pray that that goes well. Like I say, people, so I have nothing against TM. You know, she did what she had to do and stuff, and that's what she had to do. And so with that, you know, I'm happy. I'm happy to see her do some things with Kanika and for Kanika. You know, that was a beautiful thing. But hey, you know, I don't see anything that Blue did to exacerbate any type of situation other than, you know, they just told the people, hey, you can't gather here, you have to go home. And that's all that they did. And so I think TM was just a little too tipsy. And I think that, you know, she tried to take it to a whole new different extreme, but it didn't have to end that way like that. You know, like I say, the system did their job. And so in all fairness, people, in all fairness now, you know, the system wasn't trying to be all rowdy and things like that. They did their job. They did what they were supposed to do, keep the peace. And from the looks of what I've seen tonight, they kept the peace. Now, if the people stop antagonizing them and go ahead and move on, when they say move on, you know, and stop trying to make it seem like you got the power, because you don't. Because what's going to happen is you're going to end up in jail with no bail. And all for what? Just trying to be sassy. People's, you know, you got to learn to pick and choose your battles. And sometimes it's not even worth it trying to fly off at the mouth, especially when you're going to lose. Now, these people wouldn't have gotten arrested had they not did something. And I think that the police had, you know, held their restraints and stuff. So I don't see anything that the people have done for TM to go off in a manner to which she did. So with that note, people says, I'm out of here. This is Edward Joseph Let's Talk Live, talking about the system. So peoples, I hope I had said something to encourage your hearts upon tonight. Tune in again next time to an Edward Joseph Let's Talk Live, Edward Joseph Kitchen, Edward Joseph Gospel Hour, Edward Joseph's Blessings Giveaway 2025 will come to you with something wonderful. I love you with the love of Christ, and there's absolutely nothing you can do about it. Peoples, mask up and be safe. And again, peoples, you can be able to fight the system, but you got to do it smart. Is that all right, peoples? You can use the system, but don't let the system use you. Be smart, Fight back, but know your rights when you do. Is that all right, peoples? You guys be blessed and get your rest. And if the Lord says the same, I will be back on tomorrow with a new live, peoples, with a new live and with a new topic. And so until then, peoples, I'll see you soon. God bless you all. Thank you for watching.